Hey lads, how's everybody doing?
Hello. Uh, human suffering.
We still got
Same.
quite a bit of time because for some reason a couple of our members ain't here yet. We got a little bit of time. So, how's everybody doing on this fine Friday?
Pretty good.
Casey, you
Yesterday was a
already
bit of a
know
pain.
how I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. But do they? Ah, welcome, Gar.
Oh, welcome, average URL enjoyer. By the way, am I roboting for you guys at the moment or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Fuck. How about now?
Little bit?
Okay. I'm gonna close out the Twitch window here and just have Twitch open on my phone.
Yeah.
That ought to make it a bit less painful. That ought to make it a bit less. Oh, they can actually hear us at this point.
Yeah, they can. Hello.
Oh shit.
He's a shell. Get him.
Well, I guess it's time for me to plug my new sponsorship with Raid Shadow Legends.
Perish.
Don't even make jokes about this.
The orc takes 8d10 sellout damage.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Man, that might
Hello.
come back to bite me in the future.
The 8d10 sell-off damage or something else?
Yeah, the 8d10 sellout damage. The good news is that Hate and Dire will both be being here today, which is fantastico.
They'll be Bean here.
Yes, they'll be being here. Bean, specifically.
Beans.
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 You require additional beans.
Tarkolismadi.
Welcome, Seraphim.
Other
Baby!
knows best.
It's okay, buddy.
Rain playing Heroes of the Storm instead of playing
No, 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 no,
D&D
no.
with us.
He's doing a replay review, and he's finishing it up. He's fine.
Okay, I guess.
Imagine playing Heroes of the Storm in the year 2021.
Wow, imagine being wrong. I
Wow.
don't have to imagine. I play Stoic in 2021.
Yeah. In
Yike.
2020, in 2021, what makes someone a stoic?
Are you gonna finish it?
No, I'm asking.
I don't know.
I don't
I
know.
never thought we'd get that far.
One brain cell.
Nah, Stoic's big brain.
Come on, England. Score
Scores.
some fucking goals.
Imagine cheering England on.
What?
You heard me.
You heard the lad. Get
Arrest him for
it.
cringe.
Come on, England. Score some fucking goals.
Come
Oh,
on, Nate, are you
Lothar, did
gonna
you
join
see
us?
the short clip that I sent you this earlier today?
Oh, where?
It was in DMs.
Both. Yes.
The Bernie one.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't help clarify the.
I don't send you that many Bernie memes, okay?
Listen, man. I appreciate it. I'm assuming the sea shanty one.
Yes.
Yeah. A little bit of it bled through, but yeah, you did. I ended up sharing the Curse of Strahd one with the Strahd group.
I hope they enjoyed it.
Because it fit very well.
I'm once again asking for you to leave Barovia.
I'm once again demanding your financial support.
I'm no longer asking.
I am no longer asking.
Now, if anyone's watching this stream, they probably think we're fucking crazy.
No. This is standard human behavior, I'll have you know.
In which universe exactly?
All of them.
Ah, understandable. Have a nice day.
Doesn't matter if humans don't even exist in that universe, it's standard.
Oh shit.
Who made the grunting noise?
Move.
Golden, probably.
Probably the man with the koi. Yo, that's some impact font. Golden. Top text. The man. And then bottom text. With the koi.
Yeah, when you go from top to bottom, you have to repeat the last
When
word in the top
the
column.
man with the koi.
Yeah, like that.
When the man with the koi.
You guys are gonna give me a stroke, actually.
Hold on, what's
I'll
the
be
date
right
on
after you.
What's the date on the koi picture?
The date? I don't have that memorized, dude. The fuck?
But didn't you took the picture? How do you not have it memorized?
Look, dude. I have to reserve memory in my brain for more important things, like when I called that kid a hillbilly fart face in 3rd grade.
Hell yeah.
I hope that you have 877 Cash Now memorized.
Who?
Bitch.
Oh, excellent. It's on 2018 on May 2nd at 11:02 p.m. is the picture of the koi. Fantastic.
Oh boy, I can't wait for May 2nd on the 2018th of fucking... Whoop.
Pond is clean. Oh, yeah. What a good meme. It's going in memes.
Where?
It's going in memes.
I have no idea what y'all are talking about.
That's why it's going
Boy.
in memes. Take a look. Behold the glory.
The guy at the bottom is actually someone from our server.
I see.
Dear God.
It is peak comedy, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Lothar, I can feel my brain shutting down reading this.
Well, then that means it's working.
This is indecipherable.
What do you mean? It's in English.
Not my English.
If
My
you think
higher
that's
functions are literally
indecipherable-
ceasing.
Hashtag
If
not
you
my
think that's
English.
indecipherable, try looking at Void Speak.
I refuse.
Look.
I'm looking.
I'm listening.
You do be looking, though.
I wish I wasn't.
Oh no.
911, I think Golden's got murdered.
What?
Vaktu tuver vokais vorad. What the fuck?
Is that some World of Warcraft bullshit?
It sounded more like Italian to me.
Don't you know Italians are the newest race in World of Warcraft?
Yeah. Are they Alliance or are they Horde?
What do you think?
I don't want to self-incriminate. That's why I asked you.
I don't want to self-incriminate either, which is why I'm not answering.
Well, it sounds like we both came up with the wrong answer.
They're neutral because they surrendered to the winning side.
Fantastic. God bless America.
What?
But what about the poor Italians? Who blesses them?
Nobody.
Okay, but what about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
It can only mean one thing. Invasion.
Didn't you know that the Italians are the minions of N'Zoth?
Base.
Based.
That makes sense.
They carry out his will.
Man, where the frick snick snack or...
Can they carry out his furniture too?
Yeah. If he asks them to.
Snick Snack, or Hate and Dire. Because I know Rifter will not be joining us, but where are they?
Why?
That's cringe.
Because he has a girlfriend and it's her birthday.
Okay.
Cringe.
I know, right?
Okay, so?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said.
Imagine actually having human interaction.
Cringe.
Imagine having friends.
I can't think of a better birthday present than to play D&D.
Fantastic.
I'm with him.
What is that abomination you've posted in player chat, BBQ? That is holding you hostage?
It's my dog.
Dog.
It looks like an
I
eldritch
believe
demon.
it is an Oreo with
Damn,
eyes.
bro. Sorry for your loss.
Oh, jeez.
His name is Cupcake.
F.
All I see is fluffy cookies and creams ice cream.
I just see that it has a sick
Like
ass
something's
fade.
gone wrong.
Cupcake has a sick fade.
Hey, Hawkray.
Yay, Hawkray.
Hey,
Okay,
Hawkray.
Hey.
When both of you said you were 15 minutes late, you really meant it. It was like exactly 15 minutes for both.
Yep.
16 actually, but okay.
Shut up, nerd. Nobody count. I
Oh,
can't count.
Listen, I sat down at 15, and then I realized I didn't have my mic turned on, so it took a bit longer.
Bruh.
Fantastic.
That's a mood.
Took you 15 minutes for an on switch.
I want
take
you
the
to know-
silence as a yes.
I clicked on the stream, and I heard this part that we just said again, and I thought people were actually just repeating themselves.
Sounds reasonable.
That'd be
Looks
pretty
like we're on.
cringe.
That would be pretty cringe.
That'd be pretty cringe.
That'd be pretty
Crin.
cringe.
That'd be pretty cringe.
That would be pretty cringe.
Alright, I
That'd be
see
pretty
that
cringe.
brain cells have left us tonight.
Left us tonight.
So
You
once
say that
I
as if we
wish
ever
I
had
had
any.
brain cells left.
each of you ended up getting a fairly decent night's sleep on the night of the 39th, waking up on the 40th. You find yourself anxious of the day to come, as this is the day on which the fabled merchant is supposed to arrive. There is uncertainty in the air, and a certain bird is not present. As you check his bedside, there is simply a single note on the bed sheets. It reads, "Out doing revenge business."
Why am I not exactly reassured by this?
Because you're smart.
But did he leave any coins to help us, buy all this shit?
He did not.
Incredible.
Rather cringe, innit, bruv?
Well, whatever he does, I hope it isn't horribly stupid.
And doesn't get him arrested again.
Well, today's
Sure.
Merchant Day, right?
Yes, today is Merchant Day.
It should be.
And, but Theseus is gone. Wasn't he the one that gave us the prophecy?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Well,
Well,
Yeah, do we know if that only applied to him or all of us?
no, he told us to buy whatever the hell it actually was.
I mean, still a merchant. Could always just check it out.
I suppose.
If any items look too specific to be bought by anybody else but us, then maybe that's our cue.
Well, we at least know
Yeah.
what our course is, and it doesn't get any better by waiting here.
Hmm. Let's leave then.
You ate that quickly, huh? Let's just say yes.
Yeah, I actually I stuffed some bread in my bag because why not? I come over here and try to grapple Struenhof, so he comes with us.
Oh wait, are you saying that we're all about to just head out at the beginning of the day? Not enough time
Yeah,
for
yeah.
breakfast, toast in mouth as we're running late.
No.
This-
Suddenly, in a world without trucks, as Dyer bursts out the door, he gets hit by one and it cries.
Why me?
Because
Doesn't Dyer get to use evasion on it?
Dyer's the innocent one, quote unquote.
Oh,
Really?
okay, that's nice.
Like, is that a dex save or an attack roll?
Neither. It's a death. No,
Oh.
not,
It's
a,
a
not
death.
even a death save, just a death.
I down from 1d4 psychological shock damage.
It's
Joe
Struenhof,
should
let's
say,
go.
though, he didn't actually die from the impact. He died from the thought of dying of it and the embarrassment that it would have, such that he actually died of shock.
No, better yet, he's gonna get hit, go for death saves, and Darius is gonna use his 3 attacks to make him to force him to fail 3 death saves.
I don't.
Oh, no.
I don't know how to feel about this.
Yeah.
One is just a random force of nature. No one's at fault if he gets hit by a truck, but if you do it, come on, man.
True.
Okay, where is
That's
the?
just murder.
So let's go to town.
It's the will of the gods.
Yeah.
The party departs
Hmm.
towards town.
I saw Mozir.
That's impossible. Perhaps the archives are incomplete.
No, Archie complete.
Rifter
Where
is
am
in
I?
fact not present with you. He shall be.
What do you mean, Rifter? That is clearly Vermilion.
Yes. Who is Rifter? I'm Vermilion.
So why are there 2 Aquilas?
Because,
Yeah, that is a good question.
Because depending on which token they want to use, the same as how there's like 3 different Rifters.
There's a Rifter, a Nox, and a Vermilion.
Oh, I found myself. I'm up here.
Yes. For some
You
reason,
found yourself?
Dyer was hiding behind the stables.
I can think of quite a
Hey, guys,
few
I'm back.
reasons.
What are you doing over there?
Had to take a piss.
Understandable.
Shame the horses had to see that.
No, they didn't.
Hmm.
I was really sneaky about it. Now I gotta
Alright,
think of the
Dyer.
horses. Looking around for merchants.
Aquila, do you ever worry about Dyer's mental state some days?
I don't know why I would.
No reason, just wondering, I suppose. Were we given any clues at all about where this merchant was supposed to be anyway?
No.
No.
Did this prophecy actually say that it would be in Al Hectorum? Or did it just say in town?
Oh man, Rifter probably would have remembered that actually.
Well, it's too
If
late to
only
go to
anyone
Sophie
had
now,
written that
so
down.
I think Rifter did. He probably took it with him, though.
Yeah. One time. Yeah, plus he can recall everything really nicely. Maybe we should ask around. Maybe Velzen knows anything about incoming merchants.
He'd likely be the one to know.
I suppose that's fair.
Jump cut.
Jump cut. Do.
See you.
You head down, and you in fact find Velazin talking to Kia.
Kind of wait around actually, since I'm not the talking guy. I know him, but
You know, it's strange how little I buy things in this town besides alcohol.
It's one of the only things one might need.
that
You
does
know,
make sense.
I'm sure there are all these shopkeepers would wish that wasn't true.
Doesn't make it suddenly not true.
Hmm.
I find that booze sells quite the best in the mercantile business.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I found food and protective enchantments rather useful.
I heard the food, yeah.
You and a
Yeah,
couple
but
others.
food's free if you just, walk outside.
Speaking of.
Careful,
there pulls
you're
out-
starting to sound like August.
Or, August just sounds like me. I am older than
Mhm.
him after all.
Yeah, he was only 15.
You
I'm
did
not
have to
gonna
learn
door.
it from someone.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm not gonna door.
She ends up handing over a couple pieces of silver and taking a bowl before she makes her way past and waves
Make
at
way.
Dyer as she makes her way through.
Way back.
Lorik nods at her as she leaves.
Velzen, my man. I walk up.
He turns with a slightly sleepy face and says, yes. Hello, Dar.
Nearing the end of your shift.
Aye, that I am. How can
Gotcha.
I
But
help you?
yeah, we're actually waiting for a merchant supposedly that would come to Hectorum. One of my friends dropped a tip that he had stuff that we were looking for adventuring and whatnot, very specific things that only that guy has. Think about it?
I'm mostly on the storefront side of things. The Amir really handles a lot more of the logistics. I'm sure you can.
You think he's waking up by now?
He'll be up soon, I'm sure.
Gotcha. Alright, well, I have something to sell, but I'll wait until he wakes up. I'll let you go rest.
He just
Alright.
gives you a gentle nod.
I give him a enthusiastic nod, and I walk out and I say, the guy with the info is probably waking up by now. You know how they have two people rotating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alright then, so we either wait or we scout around to try and find information.
We
I'm
just split
perfectly
up
fine with
for the
waiting.
info. Oh,
No,
or that.
okay. We could walk around. That's fair.
No, we could wait.
Oh no, you seemed very interested in this splitting up idea.
No, I mean,
Alright, I'm going off to try and find something else out. You all sort it
Okay.
out yourselves.
See,
Dear God.
no, I
even
just figured,
Lorik's on team splitting up.
All right. But we always could just have somebody, at the ready in this shop. Let's see, I'll go.
I'm
I'll go
glad
to
you
the Bond's Guild.
volunteered yourself to do so, Dyer. And he sort of looks at Dyer and looks at the door.
Who are these people?
I don't. Aquila, have you ever thought about just deciding to act like we don't know these people?
I mean, like, I'm pointing at the ones down here, but yeah, I have thought about that on occasion.
Oh wait, hold on. Who? These
These
people?
At the bottom.
Hey, I think I don't want to wait around anymore. I have something to go do.
Do you know them?
Oh, not at all. Or not yet.
Oh, she's gonna preach that. Okay.
Just gonna walk up and say, hello.
Oh boy.
The one on the more closer side says, "Hey."
Haven't seen you guys
He
around.
gives a soft smile. Oh, yeah, we only come through about once a month. She kind of points to the rest of them. Are you with them?
Most of the time. Or actually, some of the time. Most of the time, they go off on do some crazy thing while I'm busy reading.
The one in the back has a little bit of a smile. Do you know where Sir Baron is?
No, but one of them probably do.
Hmm.
If you'd like, I could bring your question over to them.
Sure, he's the short black bird?
Short black bird?
Yes. Sir Baron Xavier.
Mm,
Oh. Now that you say that, I've heard that he's out recently. The name just slipped my mind.
Oh, well, that's disappointing. I was hoping that I might see him again this time.
I'll let him know that you two came by.
The
Or-
uh, the bigger one at this point says, "So, what's your name?"
Hey, what's yours?
She puts out her arm with rather strong muscles and like a rather heavy set of plate upon her body. Celis. And then
Oh, I'm gonna reciprocate the gesture.
okay, the one behind says, "Iana."
It's nice to meet you.
Likewise.
I hope next month when you come by, the timing's a bit better. Or, you could just wait. I'm sure he's only gone for a bit. He does disappear every once in a while.
The at that point, Celis just kind of responds, "We're not here for him. It's just Iana has a bit of a fancy for him." And Iana kind of is like, "I do not." And it proceeds.
Oh.
Sorry. I messed up the camera.
Oh no. Well, I hope whatever it is you're actually doing works out well. My friends and I are waiting around for some merchants that are supposed to be coming through, or something along those lines. It's only half paying attention.
Well, then I wish you the best of luck for it. We're hired to come here and make sure that all of the plants in the area stay healthy.
Yeah, so with that relatively questionable remark in stated hates just nods and starts to walk back. I'm not gonna question why you care about the plants. It's up for you guys. Yeah, so
What
what I get
plants?
they care about plants.
Okay. That's
Oh.
interesting. Any particular plants or just plants in general?
Well, they set around here, but they're also, travelers, so maybe plants in general.
Huh.
Maybe they're the anti-August task force.
You think
I
they would
mean, they would
mobilize
have
so
many
quickly?
more creatures to deal with than just August if it was about making sure things don't eat plants.
Well, after all, there's an entire race of turtles out there.
Yeah, I mean, and like almost every other living thing on the planet.
Hmm.
Like, no
Mhm.
big deal.
Yeah, but you
Alright.
guys don't eat plants because you need to. You're weird and you like it.
Well, yeah, they taste.
I am going to
Meat
help
only
Dyer with his
accounts for
errand.
like 30% of my diet.
Thank you, Lord.
Yeah.
Did Chad find something?
Darius is just gonna head to the tavern and sit down at the bar. Hey, both of you.
So Slorik's just gonna chill. I see.
Slork do be vibing.
He do be vibing.
So, do we just wait for a bit?
I mean, I said Darius makes his way into the tavern.
Yeah, Lorik is waiting for an opportunity to go into the Bard's Guild.
Tavern roleplay.
As
Bard's
you
Guild
enter
roleplay.
the tavern, there is surprisingly no one else in right now.
He takes a seat at the bar and says, "Rather sparse morning, huh?"
Always is on a Ferric.
Suppose so, but even then, I'd expect someone would want a drink.
Surprisingly, Marlowe's stopped showing up lately, so good for him, I guess.
Say, do you know of any merchants that might be coming through town recently? We've gotten a tip that there might be someone coming through that has things we need, and was curious if you'd heard of him.
Haven't that, but if I do, I'll let you know.
Thank you. And is there anything in particular that you're running out of stock of? I might be running a second order soon.
As always, the cerulean is a hit. More of that would never hurt.
All right. Consider it noted.
Say, can I get you anything
And
for breakfast?
um, not today. Perhaps another day. I'll come back in and order something. And he sort of like is like writing in his book, in his journal as he's saying this, not really looking up. But thank you regardless. And he sort of closes it. Another day, and then waves and makes his way out.
As you do,
That's
he kind
Chad.
of gestures to Streunhoff and goes, "Hey."
Chad walks out. I also walk in, and I grab myself a drink after greeting the bartender.
Fantastic. He gestures to Slum. What's his name?
Sloric,
Raindrop.
after one of our party members.
Raindrop. And the dog comes over and kind of starts circling the slime. And then it kind of rolls over next to it.
Play nice, Sloric.
You see his snort kind of squishes up into a little bit of a cylinder before splooshing down into a little puddle. As for gang near Velazin, what's up?
We just kind of wait, I guess. If I see Velson still up, then I'll just wait for his brother.
Alright. After about 20 minutes or so, Leo Maria comes up, making his way outside. They exchange a couple words. Velazin gives him a pat on the shoulder and makes his way through the door to the back.
You know,
What
I've
do I?
wondered about
As
a
the mirror
exist.
displays a variety of different trinkets and baubles upon their wares.
What do I actually see at the door of the Bard's Guild?
There is currently a recital in practice going on, with which Catherine is currently the only one on stage, as they're in a bit of a monologue.
Seeing that, I am going to slowly back away from the door. Just kind of
Right.
keep an eye on the road into town.
Darius, wanna help me? Well, hey, you two, do you guys want to come help me speak?
You seemed quite capable of speaking earlier. It'll be a good exercise to stretch your comfort level.
Dyer,
All right,
what
all
could
right.
possibly have convinced you that I like to speak?
Don't
Good
think
point.
any of us like to speak.
Runs in. Well, Darius does, but he wants Darius to grow up, I guess.
Well, Hate, you do speak much of your religion, or religions. What should I refer it to?
Either one. I'd say that a religion has to be a bit more formalized than the vague, all of the gods are up there and I have to yell at them to get spells and give them followers. So,
Mhm.
you know,
So essentially, they're simping for you.
I hadn't thought of it like that yet. But I will absolutely bring that up the next time we speak.
So, what are the societal implications of the word simp actually existing in the universe?
Yeah, that is a good question.
I will have to ponder my navel.
Maybe.
Applied only to tieflings and bards.
Sounds reasonable. Yeah.
It has a
Hello,
defined
who's joined?
acronym. Also, we can't say it on Twitch.
Okay, right.
So,
Right.
Yeah, that is true.
What do you
So-
mean? I was talking about squirrels in my pants.
F's in the chat.
GG, Hectorum.
F's in the chat.
Hello, Rain.
Hiya.
Hey, he's finally here. Adopter has arrived.
Come.
Oh dear.
Which lady were you referring to, hey?
Oh, the one I class farms with.
Celis. Is Sellis.
I-Z.
Yeah,
So,
Lorik is literally just vibing and waiting for any sign of anything coming to town.
Dyer, you end up catching Liamir as he's distributing wares amongst his different tables.
Liamir. My daytime man. How's it
Hello.
going?
Hello, Dyer. How are you doing? I trust the marks are handling you well?
Yep.
Excellent.
I was actually looking for more of those. Any more spider marks that you can sell me?
I actually do. I have a new man coming through today, and he should have just the stuff for you.
Speaking of a new man, he catches on to that. We've been waiting for a certain merchant. One of my friends, he dropped me. He told us that today a merchant will come by, go around selling stuff, more unique stuff that we might be able to acquire since we need specific items. You heard about that?
I did not realize he said that he would be sharing with others, but nonetheless, his business is his own.
I think it's just that my friend probably knows him or something.
Sure.
So yeah. So you say that person has spider marks?
Aye, that he does.
Ooh, nice. Some of my friends have been really getting mileage out of it. I don't quite know how they work, but they go on things and things die. So, pretty good.
He just kind of puts
Oh,
up
yeah.
his hands a little bit. If I knew how they worked and how to make them, I'd probably try to get Dokom to make some, but they sure do work.
Oh yeah. Are you interested in these? I grabbed like a tiny sack of a bunch of claws from the basilisks we looted a couple days ago.
Go ahead, make your sales pitch.
Hmm?
No, you just
we
pull them out and
we
then you
found
just stand
these.
silent?
No. No, he
World's worst
describes them.
salesman.
I'd like
Just
to
holds
tell
them
you
out
these.
like
What I
Morpheus.
Hey,
say?
Loth, I'm still on a loading
Um,
screen. Is that accurate?
It should
Should
only be a
refresh.
loading screen for about 20 seconds if you're loading into town. If there's
Yeah, it's been
nothing
about
to
4
note,
minutes.
yeah, just hit refresh.
So these claws. So some days ago, probably weeks, we fought these icy basilisks, gigantic basilisks. They were so big they could I think they were forcing themselves through a force wall, but I don't know magic. And they breathed really cold, and that's all I really know about them. But they cut hard, and they're really cold to the touch. I put them on the table for him to inspect.
He takes a look at some of them and he says, "You know what? I have an idea, but how many do you have?"
Have so it. I only have like 3 of them because the other one's broke. I have here. I put 3 of them because I wrote 3 cold claws. I don't think it's only 3 of them, but
You know, roll me 3d6 because you grabbed them from 3 creatures.
Gotcha.
Let's go with that. Yeah, I have 10 of them. He says,
Hey,
we're just a bit short. I'm sure I can. So I had an idea. their color. I was thinking maybe we could make a chess set with it.
A what?
A chess pieces. You know, and
For
he makes
for
gestures
like
of moving his hand around in a way that's not very communicative.
dragon chess?
Like, chess, what they have up in the tavern.
Oh, the board game.
Yes.
I mean, sounds good, but I'm not looking to use any unless you have any ideas for how to use them in adventuring stuff.
Oh, uh, I'll think about it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
mean-
most of the stuff when it comes to the adventuring supplies, I'm not doing myself. I know I'm still working on
All good.
getting the entire acquaintanceship with it, but
I'll hold on to these, and when the moon rises up, you can ask Velzen if he has any ideas if these could be bought. For us adventurers, it's always easier to just sell them for gold. But let me know if you have any ideas. I'll hold on to them until then.
all right. I'll be seeing you
Alrighty.
then, Dyer.
Oh, when do you think the merchant's coming around?
He just shrugs. I haven't been in contact with him for a while. He'll get here when he gets here, I'm sure.
Okay, we're gonna go stand around that corner until he comes around. All right. See you in a bit.
He chuckles a fair bit.
Right, I begin walking out. Is there my way with Polearm Monster?
He sort of backs up.
Yeah. He's like, oh, couldn't practice that haggling thing you taught me last time.
You did better than last time. You at least
What
said
did
no when he gave you a ridiculous idea.
I mean, maybe I am getting better. He says. And yeah, he informs the party of that they don't know when the merchant's coming, but there is a merchant coming. And that's
Okay.
it.
And Doppler finally
to
makes their
know.
way around the corner and finds most of the party discussing.
Hey, Dad,
So
actually
it's when you double move your pawn forward, if there's a piece next to it in the space that it passed by, you get to take that piece as you're moving.
That's interesting.
What are you guys talking about?
Are you sure that's real?
I've never played
Hmm.
with such a rule set, but I would actually have to disagree about it being needless loss of life. I actually believe it's tactical loss of life, explicit exchange of value, sacrificing one life for another that you deem more valuable.
How did this get so philosophical?
Well, that's only if you truly believe that the people in charge of the wars are able to make tactical decisions. In a lot of cases, I'd beg to differ.
I can't say I've participated in much war, so I don't believe I can comment.
Hey, Doppler.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Doppler.
Good.
How
Haven't
y'all
seen you
been?
around.
Yeah,
How about
I
you?
was, we've been collecting so much stuff. I never had any time to actually properly
Mm.
analyze it. There were some pretty interesting results, but what are y'all up to?
What were
Uh,
you analyzing?
Essentially everything we've gathered to this point and mixtures and combinations of them.
I need to do some of that too.
Big, long, comprehensive list. I'll catch up to speed at some point.
All right.
yeah.
The important one
Mm.
being the recent one in which
This one thing, the goop from the fishy, it don't die. Like, I cannot find a way to kill this thing. I've lit it on fire. I've dropped it in acid. I've dropped it in base. I have heated it. I have frozen it. I have smashed it. I have torn it. I have blasted it with magic. It just comes back.
Have
Wow.
you tried eating it?
No, have not tried that. You want to do that one for me?
No, it's your experiment.
Yeah, it's not doing that.
Any ideas on how we can turn that into, weapons?
Doppler and I aren't exactly trying to make weapons, but
Oh, we're trying to make a cure. You're right. That's actually it also lines up. Yeah. Doesn't die. That's great.
Yeah,
If
but you not dying makes you a better weapon, right? So
Factually true.
maybe if I can make you not die better,
Science.
yes, studying the unhurt.
yes, I was about to say if it is about not dying and continuing to live and growing, I'm assuming, is it growing or is it?
Well, I've kind of been beating the absolute crap out of it, so maybe if I stop, it would grow. But I haven't seen any growth.
And the
Oh.
plague is about killing and destroying.
So
They seem
yeah,
to be opposing forces.
this is definitely going to be an area where I spend more time.
Do you have a sample of the plague?
yes.
The plague?
Have you introduced the plague to it?
I don't have an
No, I haven't given my
overabundant,
samples to Doppler.
and
I
I don't
keep
have
them
an
in a safe place
overabundant
in the
amount
house.
of this thing. I don't want to risk actually killing it, in its entirety. So maybe we could try a small sample of it. But yeah, it's worth a shot. The only thing is I need to actually infect someone with that plague, or infect this, and I don't know that it will. It's a
That's,
very different biology than us. It's a fish, right? So it's unlikely that I can actually infect these cells with that plague. It's just not the right species. It won't target
Pardon,
right.
in the what?
I can't
it's-
make the fish guts sick because it's not. It only makes the people sick.
Well,
Is-
I think we're just
Mm.
talking about having a little sample of something of the plague in a little
Hmm.
fish and then dropping some of the goo on it and seeing how the plague reacts to it.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Oh,
What's your sample
well,
of the plague, by the way?
What?
What exactly is the sample of the plague that you got?
Blood.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we can try that out.
Infected blood. Yeah.
Dope.
Seems something safe to be
That sounds dangerous.
carrying
yeah.
around.
How
I
exactly
don't
did
carry it around with me.
How exactly did you get that anyway?
Yeah.
I work with plague victims.
Do you
Yeah,
have
but
the
just like
plague?
last time I knew you hadn't
Curious
gotten
to-
it.
Yeah, that's a
It's
good
back.
question. Do you have the plague, Aquila?
If I had the plague, I would be dead by now.
I'm not entirely sure how fast symptoms present.
I've heard of some people that, at least you on T in the past, that they don't get sick, but they spread. They make other people sick.
If I had
Yeah,
the plague
that's
when I got
good.
here, everyone in town would already be infected.
Oh,
I don't know that I've found the spread rate that high, but maybe it's possible. It seems unlikely that you're infected.
I've been here for months.
Oh, you clicked this a long
that's
time ago?
true.
Yes.
Oh. Huh. I feel like this should have come up by now. All right. We're probably good then.
Well, I wouldn't have much to do anyways, right?
Yeah, I mean, all we're doing is waiting.
Yeah, at this point, since Lorik's waiting hasn't really turned up anything, he's gonna start meandering his way back to the party.
You guys.
The party just begin the wait.
Yeah. We're
I
just
was trying to
hanging
give
out.
them space to talk.
Okay.
Off screen, I ask Thukolm about the cold claws that look weapon-ish to him. Not gonna sell it because I promised him I would keep him. But
He says that he's sure he could try to do something with it. Experimentations,
Gotcha.
how do you get cool? Sorry. I'm sure
As
I
usual.
could get something from it. Experimentations, how do you get all the interesting things after all?
Well, you got that one fleshy head into my whip somehow, so if I trust anybody's creativity, that's yours.
Wait,
Never ask me
I
to
had
do
something
something
for
like
this
that
man.
again, by the way. Just
Yeah, no, I mean, if I do find one though and survive, I feel like
no.
I still. Okay, yeah, okay, I'll find somebody else. Yeah, there are chocolates and leaves, and that's
All right. I'm back. The Bards Guild was occupied. There was some performance going on. Seemed rude to interrupt.
So you
And
interrupted.
of course not. I'm not some kind of savage.
Yeah,
Well,
what to find?
anyway, there is a merchant coming today.
Agreed.
Anyways.
And I didn't see anything after that, so. Any luck on your end?
Just
Mm,
said there is in fact a merchant coming today.
yep, got confirmed. That's about it.
Now I suppose we
Alright.
gotta wait.
Mm.
Anyone up for a trip into the dungeon?
Oh, that
I-
sounds fun.
While we're waiting for a merchant to come today? That seems
Why
reckless,
not?
doesn't it?
Maybe we
Yeah,
could
I
just
mean-
commence the waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't every time we go into the dungeon reckless?
We could also just wait. Wait for the thing that's really important today, that's gonna happen today, that we could wait
No,
for.
we're totally just gonna
He
have a
ca-
duel.
He kind
Or
of.
we could spend countless minutes talking about
He has-
6-second combat turns.
New
he,
pog.
he does have a point.
Aye, aye. And we can always go into the dungeon after.
Agreed.
Yeah, we can fight each other, and once we're low on resources, we run into the dungeon.
I like this plan.
I hate this plan.
I
We should
hate
wait.
this
It makes my life
part.
very easy at making the dungeon challenging.
Oh, I love this plan because
I-
it means I can just cast banishment on myself and leave.
Darius and Hate banishing themselves, one through banishment and one through blink. Bueno Dios Masteres.
But what if
The,
what?
the
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
is, hey, you're assuming that it brings you to a different plane.
It returns me to my home plane if I'm if I'm not in my home plane.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
What
You're
if-
assuming it brings
Oh,
you to a
yes.
different plane.
I am assuming the dungeon brings me to a different plane. If not, I'm gonna be in a featureless void for a few minutes, and I'm gonna be really sad when I show back up and everyone around me's dead.
That's very unfortunate.
Alright.
The party.
Time to
All
skip
right,
everyone.
wait.
Okay,
Oh.
never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That was his action.
Yeah, I said wait too.
The,
He doesn't want you to wait, he's saying he waits.
The party
Ah.
commences the waiting as they lounge around the fountain and the bush, make small talk for a couple hours until eventually an individual who is not native to the town and not one of the families touristing ends up making their way down the alleyway.
Ooh, ketchup.
They have a rather large satchel on one side and a rather, I won't say noble demeanor, but certainly one of a middle upper class. They would
All
not
I'm
be
saying is-
particularly high speed, but certainly one where they are observing the sights and making their way.
Look, all I'm saying is that while the stronghold is essentially in the middle of the continent, or close,
We're gonna
it's
buy
not
all of your
necessarily
stuff.
in the center of the empire.
Where
The
did
man
Hate go?
kind
Wait,
of walks
what?
forward, and as the half-orc stands immediately in front of them, they kind of jolt to a stop and turn and say, hello there. Can I help you?
Yes, actually.
We're going to buy all of your stuff,
Excuse me?
or at least as much as we can afford. I don't know how much that is. Hey, Dyer, how much money do we have?
I have.
Whoa, ask him the price first. Ask him the price
yeah,
first.
Yeah, I have like 7. So what are you selling?
He just puts up his hand. I'm sorry. What? Sorry.
Uh,
Excuse me. We got off on the wrong foot. I'm Ahmed. Pleasure to meet you.
I'm Dyer. Pleasure to meet you. I walk
I'm
close, actually.
sure that there can be profits involved for the both of us. I'm sorry to inform you that right now I don't have most of my supplies on me. More of it will be arriving later, but for now I do have some.
What do you have
there
on
a
you?
table where we might be able to discuss transaction?
I look around.
I don't know where there are
Oh,
tables.
the tavern. Yes, the tables in the tavern.
Yes, I'm here,
I'm
sir.
fucking
Please
stupid.
lead the way. I'm sure we can come to an arrangement.
Darius
Zawa,
sort of makes his way over. Dyer, hate. Wait.
I look at Darius.
Huh?
Are you kidnapping this poor man?
No,
No,
we're buying all of his stuff.
we're just taking him to the empty tavern.
Sir, I'm assuming
I-
you're here, and he points towards the shop they were just at to help resupply.
He puts up his hand. Part of it, but I do have some that are not for that. I am
Of course,
ultimately
but
here as a prospector,
and then he turns to Dyer and Hate. How about we let our friend here, let his client that he came here for, know that he's here, be prepared for when his stock comes in, and then we can discuss things.
no.
Give the man some
Darius,
space to breathe.
are you trying to be reasonable here?
He kind of steps and forces his way in between Diane and Darius and says, "No, my friend. I'm sure that the Romero is perfectly fine waiting, but it is good to know that we are in good company with one who cares so much about others as yourself."
I mouth at Darius. Can you handle this?
Darius is sort of like rubbing the bridge of his nose. Hate, why don't you take him in? I have to speak to Dyer.
All right. Most of the money that I spend in here is spent at that tavern anyway. Hate starts to, just lead the way.
His fingers are still on the bridge of his nose as they walk away and he walks up. Do you have any idea what the fuck you've just done?
No, not really.
You just told a merchant that you're desperate for their stock.
That was
Can you think about that for a
Hate's
second?
idea.
Can you think about that for a second, Dyer? You
And
just
then you
told
ask,
he's
how
gonna
much
gouge
money
me.
do we have?
you.
Like 5.
God, I hope it's not too.
Hmm.
Why did I just send
No,
Hate
okay,
in there
so
with
yeah,
him and he
yeah.
sort of like scrambled?
Yeah.
Lords are
They're kind of like,
power walking after them.
So
he
there's this
gestures you towards
prophecy that
the
we
tavern.
heard about. It has nothing to do with you, I'm sure.
Hate? No.
Darius bursts in and says, Hate!
Yes?
Now I have to tell you what I just told Dyer. Dyer, you come in. We'll exchange people.
No, I come in. Yes, I'm here to help.
Hate, I have to talk to you for a moment. It's about something around the house that needs some cleaning. You really
I
must.
hope you know.
As he's
I
walking out,
can-
you really must be more consistent about the way you're cleaning up your space. You're not going to have home. Oh my God, Jesus! Do you understand what you've done? The second they get outside, he just completely cuts.
I will
For those
try to
of you
handle
who-
negotiations in here.
For those of you who are still inside, as Hate kind of rushes out, he just kind of looks around with just a slight shrug on his shoulders.
You've got to be more careful with merchants, Hate.
Oh,
You cannot let
I-
them know when you're desperate for their product because that is when they raise the price.
well, if it was unreasonable and we need it, then we would just give them what we had and take the product anyway.
But this isn't how things work. In this, I don't want to be more of a criminal than I already am.
You wouldn't. I would.
I understand that, Hate, but that's not how the legal system works here. And being tied to you, I understand that you believe you can hold all of the legal responsibility, but that's not how the Delmarevs will see it.
You make a fair point. Then why do we deal with liars and thieves? She generally gestures back towards where the merchant would vaguely be. if somebody would raise the price just because we see more value in it, either they're giving us a price that we're willing to pay or they're trying to fleece us. And honestly, I feel like if it's the second, then we're far more in our rights to take umbrage to that.
So his actions are not illegal, they are intelligent. Our response is very illegal and not intelligent at all. The better route to take is to not display how much we want. Take casual interest. Just
And assume that he's not intelligent enough to see that we want it so bad.
if I'm playing poker, would you prefer that I scream and show everyone what my hand is? Do you think that's a better play than slightly flinching?
Depends on the crowd.
Just don't tell him about the prophecy at the very least.
I
I
wait
want-
for Darius.
I walk up to them as they're ending conversation. Darius, if you want me to, I can go wait in the Mages Guild and do some of my research for a little while. If they decide to raise the price, which I'm sure you could tell, being a merchant and all, I can come in later and see if they lower the price for me, pretending not
Alright.
to be associated with you.
Yes. Try not to be seen with us. Has he seen you grouped with us at all?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I'll call on you if I need you. Thank you for your suggestion.
Of course. Come on, Sloric.
All right, Hate. Completely independent of either of our morality systems or our take on the legal system, can I, as one of the members of your group, friend, ask you not to tell him about the prophecy?
Oh. Sure. You did interrupt me right as I was going to, but now that I haven't, I won't.
Thank you. And I understand that you're just you are trying to help, but whatever. We can go back in. And he sort of leads the way back in. Can't believe I have to have this talk with so many of the members of the group. Dyer, I expected it from you, but Hate, clean up after yourselves. Dear God.
Alright, let's
Thank
take a
you.
pause on that bit while we retro some of the conversations inside.
I was sitting next to Golden and would have had a moment for him. Or sorry, Sternhoff.
I apologize for the brashness of my comrades. Is there anything I can do for you, sir?
Oh, there's nothing of the sort. People tend to be anxious in many different ways. Would it
Of
be
course.
too bold of me to assume that you are a Delmarov?
It would not be bold at all.
Excellent. I've never had the pleasure of dealing with one, so hello. You may have not heard, I'm Ahmad. Yourself?
Lorik, it's nice to meet you.
A pleasure indeed. I'm sure there's much profit for the both of us.
I hope so.
Now, I am certainly a man who believes in the mystical aspects of the world and the various different ways that they present themselves, so do you happen to know what that friend of yours was talking about in regards to a prophecy?
Hate has ideas about how the world works. She often gets strange dreams and takes those as fact.
I, for one, would rather listen to them. They have great strengths to the world. But onwards to the onwards to
Of
the
course.
task at hand. I'm sure that your business is your own, just as mine is mine. So, shall we? And he begins to take out a couple
Of
of the
course.
supplies from his bag. Among
Of course.
them. No, go ahead.
I won't ask you anything about what you were intending to bring to the trinket shop, but I do have some interest in what you have to sell us potentially.
Oh, of course, of course. He takes some of it and he separates it into two piles, with one of them eventually going back into his bag. All of this is for the shop for Leomir and None the matter. None the matter. Those are for them, but all of these are available and purchasable. Um, and he presents them with one bit being about 30 feet of silver rope, a small, abnormal, not quite grappling hook, but a latch component of some sort, and not really much else. There's
Hmm.
a couple sheets of rather fine paper, and a special dark black ink, and a book.
Alright, this seems to be a fairly interesting spread. What sort of ink is that exactly? I don't often see that sort,
Ah, of
and I want to
course.
confirm my suspicions.
The belief is that this ink was in fact actually blessed by El Mater himself. Legend has it that back in Cairo, many years ago, when they were beset by invaders, the savage monsters laid upon them a curse, and Il Mater himself came down and bestowed the curses from them to himself and abolished all of their magics, and in doing so, transposed himself with this ink for them, such that anyone might be able to cure themselves of a curse.
Hmm. And have you been able to verify that it has these properties?
I am, for one, am not particularly invested in providing myself with a course, no.
Hmm.
But I can say that my vendor was most reputable. I'm sure that if he was not so... He kinda stalls for a moment. If he was not prepared to give me honest work, he would not be willing to trade.
I suppose that's fair. I
So
see my colleagues are coming back in, so perhaps we should hold off on the rest until they're able to see your wares for themselves.
as you thumb through the book, you end up realizing that it is a specific type of arcane channeling book for different kinds of rituals, with one particular that sticks out is a soul render blade, which just sounds awesome as you read upon it.
Hmm. Does it say what said blade does?
It does not, as it is, most of it is in fact in a different script that you do not read. However, there are a couple bits of translation that are partly worked out, which is how you get to the word soul render.
Okay.
He
I put it back
looks
down.
over and says, "Oh, I'm sorry. That was in the wrong pile. Excuse me." And he takes it and puts it in his bag. My apologies.
Are you sure?
I am. That is one of them for my friends.
Ah,
Which friend?
Excuse me?
Aquila, please, he's our guest. No need to pry.
Okay. You say so. Scoot over so someone can sit.
It's good to see you again, Darius. I trust you can handle negotiations from here.
Suppose, but you've already been introduced to our friend. I'm, as Lorik has put it, Darius, and he holds his hand out over the table while standing.
He stands up from his own side, puts out a rather nice handshake, a rather cordial one. Indeed, it is nice to meet you, Darius. Ahmad, I trust that our trades can be most profitable for the both of us.
Of course, profitable for the both, beneficial for both as well.
Hmm.
And he takes a seat after the handshake. So I caught something of your dealer was reputable.
Indeed.
Do you have any sort of name, if not a name, then an alias? I did something of some trade work in Korheim, and I'm just curious.
Oh, fantastic! Another one from Korham. I'm sure we can recount some tales of it. Yes. I used to be set up in Korheim myself, in fact. So, this is
Oh, how wonderful.
indeed. The, yeah. I used to have some of my start up there, and since moved on, these are mostly from Tornos. But
Hmm.
as far as that, the Snake Weaver is what he goes by most of the time. I trust you
Hmm.
take no offense to that, but
No, of course not. It is many take aliases that do not fully. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I take no offense to it.
it is good to hear. So,
But regardless, I saw an inkwell. You spoke of the god removing curses. What else was there, Lorik? I don't think I was in here to see the rest.
Well, there was, for a short time, some manner of tome on the table, which was shortly after removed. As you can see, there's also this silver rope and this. How exactly would you describe this, sir? He says, pointing at the latch mechanism thing.
well, among other things, these two are partly. I will not say they must be a package set, but they certainly go very well with each other. And he takes the rope and stretches it taut and says, "Do either of you have a knife handy?"
Yes.
He holds out the rope taut between his hands and he kind of steadily puts it out, slightly timidly, making sure he leans back just in case your aim is bad. Would you mind attempting to cut it for me?
Uh, sure.
You make a clean slice straight onto the rope, and it kind of shears a little bit, but then over the course of only a couple fractions of a second, the shears kind of reform back into a proper shape.
I've seen this manner of enchantment before. I actually
Gorgeous.
have a similar one on my cloak.
Oh, fantastic.
What is
And
the
as
finesse of this rope? The purity of the silver.
that is quite the thing. It is not silver at all. In fact, it is from the lunar petals from the north. Have you ever happened to go to the Elven homelands?
I have not, unfortunately. Someday I hope to see the landscape. I've heard beautiful things about it.
Indeed, Shirantamar is a beautiful city if you ever get the chance. In along the coast to the north, there are these special little lagoons where, on the full moon, the flowers spring, and from those they are believed to be blessed with regenerative properties, and some of their flax can be used to create the most strong ropes that you can find, and this is one such sample.
Curious.
Quite an interesting stock.
Indeed. And seeing as there is only one bit left here, I will get more in the future, I assure you, but my caravan got caught up in some legal issues and not legal
Hmm.
issues and what is the term? Sorry, my common is not the best.
I assume you mean customs.
Yes, thank you. That is it. Their taxing is problematic.
It's theft, is what it is.
I see we will get along well. Anyway, for the third
I will
item,
not comment on that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Lorik, you can deal with it. You don't write the laws, you enforce them.
Of course, which is why I'm not commenting on it.
As for a final item, it only partially exists here in the current time. And he holds it up and he says, "To the future." And then he kind of moves it onto the wall, and it kind of moves partway into the wall behind him. And after about 6 seconds, it ends up becoming less transparent, and then kind of phases back into existence. And he's able to pull on it a little bit, and it's in the wall.
Curious.
And as such, if you ever need to climb high places, don't find yourself the most adept, that who can provide quite a secure chance at climbing if you so need.
Oh man, climbing is cool, I guess. I don't care about it though.
And this paper you have, does it have any special properties, or is it just rather fine paper?
Oh, it is fine quality, and in case someone, I myself have not known in what way the ink might be used, if it is used on the individual with the curse, or If you write the curse upon the paper, I do not know, so it is simply along with it.
Interesting. Alright, so would you say that each of these items is worth individually?
He shrugs. I was not necessarily expecting to sell them here, but for each of them, the rope I'd probably part ways with for 12 gold, the hook for 8, and I'd have to be convinced on the ink. I do not. I certainly hope that if I ever find myself beset by malicious intent, that it would be able to save me, but I'm more than willing to part for it for the right price.
Of course, and
Well,
perhaps.
and if you do part with it, then we could perhaps arrange some sort of deal where restorative magics from my people could be offered with less hassle.
He puts up his hand. I'm sure there would be no need for such things.
Of course, but just in case.
No, trust me, it would be fine.
So, as the rope and the latch are a set, would you be amenable to... Actually, I will let my colleague here handle the precise negotiations. He knows commerce better than I do.
It's quite a simple language, Lork. It's just it takes a little bit to learn it. I might teach you one day.
I would appreciate it.
All right. So you spoke of 20 gold for the two of the rope and the hook. Aye.
That I did, Darius.
Quite a fine price. I'm more interested in the ink itself. You said you could be convinced.
Yes,
Give me a moment.
of course. We have all the day. Perhaps even more.
I find it more beneficial to all parties involved when trading involves less coin to coin and more resources to resources. Where one might trade a favor or actions or connections for an item. So, let us say we match the price of the rope and hook, 20. But I can also put you in contact with any of my sources that you might need from Korheim. That way we might both profit from something.
He says, I'm sorry, I'm not particularly invested in heading back to Korheim for quite a while right now, but I'm sure we can find something out. If
Of
you are
course, of
willing
course.
to take the 20 as is, I would be more than willing to part with it.
Well, perhaps you would also be interested in this item that we have with us. It can produce a seemingly endless amount of water with the proper command word. Lorik pulls out the decanter of endless water that was on Lazir's corpse all those months ago.
Oh!
He pulls out his hand
Just a
and
moment.
gestures away. He says, I'm sure I would were I not already have one.
Hmm.
But indeed, if I did not, I would want it greatly, for it is a source of great pleasure.
Aye, you would want
It
one
is a
greatly,
useful
would you
item.
not?
Aye.
Pleasure.
So, if you as a merchant have quite desire for it, imagine what you could in selling it to others. We in this area do not have much travel, but as you have said, seem to show, you've been many places. I would assume that at least someone in many of your travels would pay a good sum for this.
He just puts up two of his hands at this point and says, "As to not appear to be deceiving you at all, that is part of why I'm coming here and part of why the customs, yes, the customs are having their complications, is they are having a hard time attempting to judge how much I am actually bringing in explicitly because of that.
Hmm.
So
you would rather deal in gold rather than barter because
no,
of custom.
no, I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply saying that I'm already bringing in them.
Mm.
I have not use for one more when I have 20. You understand?
Aye, of course.
Understandable.
I've heard how the rivers nearby have been slightly less, and he gestures his hand a little bit. Strong? No, not. Let us say strong. The rivers here I have heard are not as strong, and thus I bring water for the people.
It is a good product to bring through our Hectorum, indeed.
As for the rest, I suppose 40 for all of it, and I would be happy.
Darius sort of looks at Lorik. 40?
I can pitch in for 40.
Darius sort of turns fully around, looks at Dyer. 40?
I look at
Not
hey,
40 each, Tyre.
Wait, am I paying?
No, Darius sort of turns and looks at Hateful. Never mind. And
Hate smiles.
Aquila, 40?
I put on the green hat and I ask telepathically to Darius, "What am I supposed to answer?"
So everybody just sees as Dyer just kind of shiftily puts on his hat and then looks very conscious.
Oh man, I wonder how this hat looks on me. Hey, how does this look on me? And I ask Darius that.
The same as everything looks on you, Dyer.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
Is that a burn or a compliment?
I'll take that as Dyer will take that as he usually takes it. So Darius, what is your reply? Wait, it's back and forth, right?
It is back and forth. Yes, it goes both.
Yeah.
I was mostly confirming whether or not you were willing to chip into a 40, but if you have the will to try and dispute my price, then go ahead.
No, I don't think Dyer would. No, that's it. He's like, okay, all right.
So Darius sort of looks around, and so for 40, he's explicitly not looking at Doppler right now and not acting as if he doesn't know them. I have. Give me a moment, and he starts digging through his purse. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. See if we can't pull together. Let's start with 5 each. I have 5. Lorik, do you have 5?
Or just dropped 5 in. Without even
And
thinking.
through telepathically, Darius says to Dyer, act as if you have no money.
Okay.
Hate, do you have 5?
Oh, sure, yes.
I have 5, and he pulls out 5 copper,
I got 5.
which I do have.
No, Dyer, 5 gold.
Well, I bought this hat though.
Lord.
God bless.
So we have.
Remember, he was like, "Oh, it looks so good on you." So 27 gold.
Sire,
So
you
we have
spent
20 so
27
far.
gold on a hat.
We have 25 so far. I can pull in maybe another 3.
I can reasonably put in another 5, I suppose.
I mean, so could I.
Only puts us.
Do you have any do you live here? Do you live in the surrounding areas?
Somewhere along here. It's and he sort of gestures further out past the major town.
Then I trust you to have some sort of relationship with the commercial the loan bearer of the land.
We could get a loan.
But last time we
No,
did
no,
the
no.
thing.
Simply if if you have a relationship, then I'm sure that I can talk to him for it.
Maybe, but that doesn't look good on my record. Hold on one moment. And he's like sort of really digging through his purse.
He turns to Lorik and simply says, It seems that you are more interested in the rope and claw anyway, so I will hold the. He holds his words for a moment. Ink, yes, ink. I shall hold the ink until later, and I will be in town for many days. When the time comes, I'm sure that we can exchange then. Yes.
Oh, I'm sure that won't be necessary. We can pull together a surprising amount of resources.
He puts up his hands. Okay, if you say so. Yes. And
Yeah, Lord.
he slides over the bench a little bit to Akela and says, "I'm sorry if I was rude earlier for the book. It is for a friend who is also diving into the dungeon, and he said that he had problems with undead, and as an old friend said, what is dead should stay dead. So it is there to help him with that."
He sort of turns.
Amen.
A friend said, "What is dead should stay dead."
Yes.
Do you happen
An
to know
old
this friend?
cleric of mine.
An old. What was their name?
Pardon?
All right.
No,
Oh.
pardon. I did not hear you.
What was the name of this cleric that you speak of? One of my associates knew someone who said something similar.
Oh. His name was Hectorum. Scottish. He had a fairly Scottish accent. He says as he kind of imitates it slightly. Short dwarf, rather angry temper.
I'll have to speak to my my friend about it. I don't know the name off the top of my head.
Hey! Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Fuck.
I was gonna say maybe there's just a land called Scottville in this town. You know,
My diegetic language has been ruined. Quite a retcon. He has a
Medical fraud.
dwarvish accent.
that I know.
You know, I feel like it's kind of racist to say the dwarf has a dwarfish accent.
I don't see
mean-
what's wrong with that. The French person has a French accent. I don't see what's wrong with that.
Black person
Have
has
an
a
Orcish
black
accent,
accent.
Orcish accent, i.e.
That's basically
bro.
what you're saying.
No.
I mean,
The
that is why I
dwarvish
said it was
person has
racist.
a dwarvish accent.
You would say that the African man has a South or North African accent depending on their region location in Africa.
He has southern dwarvish accent.
So, is the continent they're from called dwarf, or are they the dwarven people?
Hello, I'm dwarf from dwarf.
Dwarf.
I may have another item that could prove to be to you.
I do.
Diatribe,
Okay,
please.
No. I'm gonna tell Darius that I do have, I still have the claws. I still have some loot that we can sell, even though he doesn't want to buy anything. If he
Darius
wants
sort
to,
of responds. We did make an attempt to sort of squander our resources, we might be able to. I think the 40 is going to be what we're going to get.
Yeah, but he seems like a very seasoned merchant, and he doesn't seem to be in a rush to sell anything, unfortunately. Yeah, alright, yeah. That's how he gets in.
He just puts up his hand and says, If you are not prepared now, I'm sure that we can handle this another time.
Dyer, I could have sworn that you had more than 5 copper on you. Could give me your purse right now.
I don't have a purse.
Darius
I
just
don't
unblinking, just holds his hand out.
I don't have
Dyer.
Dyer, give him the bag.
No.
I know you have a pouch.
Okay, you know what? Alright.
I know you
it's
put your
whispers to
change in the
Darius,
pocket of your
do you
coat.
want me to pull out 5 gold? He says.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so telepathically after saying that he pulls out 5 gold and says, there we go. Oh man, where was this? Wow, probably inside the hat.
You
Puts them-
stingy
Well-
bastard.
Can you go ahead and give me a deception
Dyer.
check real quick? Sorry, a deception
About-
spell?
About the inside the hat.
Yeah. Go ahead and click the button.
Well, I guess I did pull it out of the bag, but is it normal? Do I get advantage on this? Am I deceiving
Nope.
somebody?
Just roll the deception for that. Alright.
Alright, 15.
He chuckles a little bit at your performance.
Dyer, I keep
Throw
telling you,
copper at Dyer's
stop
head.
putting your coins in the coat pockets. You keep forgetting about them.
Yeah.
Darius just sort of nods. You stingy bastard, and sort of like
Ahmed
opens and closes his hands a little bit.
Ahmed gets Lorik's attention for a moment and says, It is good to see that you have such a young-hearted friend to be with you. I find that
It can be
many
nice.
people are so obsessed with their self-image that not many people get to have fun and really enjoy themselves. No?
I have a cool hat.
That
I
is
whisper to
true, but
Darius.
sometimes it comes at additional stress to the rest of us.
He puts out his hand in front of him over the table a little bit and sits up a little. But you'll get to have a cool hat. And if for him hats are the most beautiful thing in the world, then I envy him.
I suppose I can see that.
Darius just listening to this very curiously, but he senses there is something that I'll type.
So Darius pulls in the 5 that Dyer also got. 20. So we've got the 25 from all 5 of us. Darius is gonna pull in another 5 for 30, and then Aquila and Lorik said that they pull in another 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Darius is gonna pull in another 5 for Lorik and take Aquila's 5. And
Man, it's really nice to have turned down every single bit of gold that I could have gotten and now spent all of the gold I started with.
Hell yeah.
Yike.
Like, I know you guys have it. But
We were just trying to be cheap, okay?
We're trying to do the roleplay that everybody
see
does
this
in every
stuff?
We can
single
skip
play.
forward. We can skip forward. It's fine.
Why didn't ask
Wait,
anyone?
hold
Why didn't
on.
anyone ask me for money? I have like a decent chunk. None of you guys asked.
We need
should
you to
go
go
like
to buy the book for us,
the-
please.
we can always
Doubler, 5
divide the
gold.
thingies after.
Hey,
Well,
I don't
no, it
think the
seems a
book is
little
for
late.
sale.
Everything's for sale for the right price, but fair enough.
In any case, I think that when our associate returns, we should inform him of this newfound relation.
He puts up his hands after Hate's comment and says, Well, I would agree there's only one thing to me that trumps profit, and that is the relationships you form by blood, and this is one such one. So, I'm sorry, and it pains me to say so, but I will not be selling it. I'm sorry to disappoint.
Hate nods.
So we scrap 5, so 10. 40 from
Ugh.
10
This
from
got a lot
Aquila,
better.
5.
Yes.
40?
Stop.
Yeah.
How much did you get from me?
I didn't take any from you. I'm gonna take some from you after we pay.
Okay.
We got 10 from Aquila, 5 from Lorik, 15 from Darius, 5 from.
I think it was
I
the
paid
other
10.
way around.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I
No, he
paid
slapped
10.
your wrist.
Darius slapped your wrist because you're poor.
I have 9 gold left. I am not poor.
After paying 15, Darius has 15 gold left.
Yikes! Yeah. You take some from Doppler after. Check
Okay.
Hawk chat. By the way, I asked there is a thing. I think it's that I think
If,
it's.
if
Why are you
9
doing it in
gold
hot
is
chat?
poor, then
Hmm?
I might be poorer.
It's aesthetic when you do it.
You know, fair enough.
Orc core.
Orcs don't need money. They need muscles. Because muscles can take other people's money.
Until your cousin
Yo,
gets.
preach.
You say that until your cousin gets arrested and you have to pay bail.
Great job,
No,
Lorik. You and I have the same
Very,
amount of gold.
very simple solution. Beat up bail, steal bail, pay bail for cousin.
See? Makes perfect sense. This man understands how orcs work.
I do not know why I need to pay this bail, but I shall beat them up nonetheless.
I'm eating a burger.
Nice. We ate burger earlier. The
Wait, okay,
transaction
wait.
goes
So
smoothly. The transaction goes smoothly, and he pays for lunch for all the parties involved.
oh, nice. Okay, during lunch, Dyer casually brings up spider marks as something that they buy for the adventuring day.
Ah, so you're the one for which he requested. Yes, I see that you are Verezin's friend he spoke of.
Yeah. Yeah, I regularly buy these items because, well, I'm not that strong. I'm not that good at. Well, I don't do magic, so just find things I can throw at things. It's usually how it works. So, do you have any spider marks on you?
I do, but he has his own plans, and he and I already have a deal. I would not undercut him like that. If you would like, I can, as soon as we are done with this, I'll go get his transaction over, and you can buy from him right as.
Oh, of course. No. I mean, they're both my friends, anyways. That would be really bad for me.
Of course, I only have a
Yeah.
couple now, but there should be a few more coming. We did
Awesome.
not have many, but what we do, we brought.
Rain, look at
Awesome,
chat.
awesome.
Doppler, Rain.
He's dead.
Oh
Lorik
no, the
ends up
burger
moving over to
killed
the-
him.
No, Mitchy Mitch. The DJ.
What happened?
Oh, hey!
The muscle man.
He's back.
I've been here. I'm just zoning a little bit. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
I said look at chat.
Good chat. Fuck. That's the issue. I've been sitting at the couch, like away from my computer, because like the couch is more comfortable. And I've been sitting in my computer chair all day, so I couldn't see the chat.
Sure have you finally started getting the song better?
What song?
The edgy one?
Oh no, I haven't been playing it. Sorry, I was just sitting back on the couch because it was more comfortable and like puppy cuddles.
Staring
Yeah.
at the ceiling.
No, staring at the computer. It's like a massive TV. It's like
Mm.
4 feet by 3 feet or something. So like I can see the images. It's just the chat was small because I didn't zoom in there.
We're a
Understandable.
professional production.
I don't get paid for this.
I don't get paid for this.
I don't
I
get
do.
paid.
Paid for this.
You guys
I
are
don't.
getting paid?
No.
I
don't know. I only have 48 gold pieces.
Well, you guys are not getting paid?
sorry, Doppler. Sorry, I misspoke. Would you mind paying 10 gold pieces for the retroactive price?
I raise my
5
hand and say,
will do
I
5.
would absolutely love a reimbursement. I liked my 5 gold.
How
I
much
have
gold do you have
10
left
gold.
over, Kate?
If I paid 10, then I have 10 left.
If I paid 5, I have 0 left.
Hmm.
Doppler, just give 5 gold to her and 5 gold to me.
No,
What do you mean, no?
I'm not
You'll
giving
have-
you 5 gold. No.
As
You'll have
he-
over 30. I paid 15.
Hey, Dyer, can you give me a perception check real quick?
Yeah, big eyes. 23.
Fantastic. You see
Holy crap.
as they begin to yell at each other, he kind of packs up his bag and he begins to slide down. He moves past. As you see him moving, he tips his head at you and says, "A pleasure," and kind of makes his way out as they begin yelling at each other.
I wave.
Don't worry, Hate.
I just tell him, see you later.
Don't worry, Hate. I'm sure you'll learn to love again after that 5 gold.
How about so who's killing who? He looks around because
Wait,
he
we're
was
killing
he was
people?
talking to the guy.
Doppler's refusing to pay his fair share for the.
I paid my fair share. I paid my
You
5.
paid your fair share. What do you mean you paid your 5?
I did. I paid 5 gold. I just took it out of my inventory. I don't know who received it. I handed it to whoever asked for it.
Give it to H. God.
Hate pockets the 5 gold and is visibly very happy.
See, now, I wasn't taking over Lorix only because I'm nice. I was also kind of expecting you to help.
Why wouldn't you expect Lorik to help?
Because he's
Because I
he's
already
Lord.
helped.
the poor guy.
No, he's
Do you understand how much money he's had recently? Nil. Zitch.
That
Nada.
sounds like his problem, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
and
sorry,
somebody
I suppose
dying
I
of the
should
plague
stop
sounds like
standing-
their problem too,
Hey, so can I get
It's gonna
something
be
to
your
drink?
problem
These
when you
people are
get the
gonna be
plague.
going at it for a while.
Well, I suppose I should stop standing in front of all of you then,
The
when we're in
barkeep-
the dungeon.
The barkeep, Mr. Gerard, just kind of sits there and he's just polishing a glass and he nods his head and looks over to his fair maid to the side as she begins to prepare some.
Butler, where did you even get so much money in the first place?
And she gives you.
That is a good question.
I
don't really
whispered to
spend much.
Darius that I got him covered. So
Yes, you don't-
it's all good.
No, Dyer. Yes, Doppler, you don't spend much. Did you help with the house?
Yes.
You did help with the house.
I played like the biggest down payment on that sucker. That's like the only thing I've spent money on.
I'm pretty sure
How do you
Zelgis was the
get
one who
money?
put more money down on it, but that's beside the point.
I don't look at my armor. It's the same stuff I've had the entire time. It's a fucking tunic. Look
He
at this
says
crossbow
he
that I
says
haven't
he has
upgraded.
new
He says
armor
that he has
he
new
got,
armor.
like,
Oh yeah,
Oh,
he got the shiny
yeah.
armor.
He got the biggest set of armor of all.
Forgot
Doctor,
about that.
if you're going to talk about armor, are we going to completely ignore the fact that I've been wearing the same split mail this entire time?
You're made of
There's a
armor.
logo in it though.
That I only recently purchased a new set of half plate.
Welcome back. Hate's just sipping at her drink.
Oh,
So
hey.
anyway, how's this guy
I
doing?
turn around.
He
You know what?
whispers something to Dyer and says, "They have been delivered. You are more than welcome to purchase them now." I,
Okay.
for one, am going to go get some well-earned rest. I
Oh,
right,
trust I
you
might
enjoy
see
that.
you around again. Yes.
Not.
See
I don't know
if-
why you're so upset at my 4 or 3 gold anyway.
Well, if not,
I wave him
I
goodbye as
trust
people
that-
still discuss.
I trust that you all will be able to concern yourself with your own profits enough. And he goes and begins talking about room and board.
Thank you for your time. But in any
Alright,
case,
Doppler,
Doctor,
be greedy. Alright. I'll just
Why
get
4
the
or
remainder.
3 gold? I don't know.
Doppler, you say that my spending is my problem. Do you know where the majority of my gold has gone?
Prostitutes?
Not quite.
Be
That's
serious now.
The house?
I'll tell you.
That's where the majority of mine's gone.
Patching up injuries and attempting to acquire some protective magics for myself and the party.
I feel like I've been helping with that.
Hmm.
No,
Such as?
because he last
Which
time
is
he
healing you?
fought, he got a scar, and then the other time he got his leg screwed, and then the other time his spine bent funny. So
Doppler.
Just dodge, forehead.
Doppler, if you're
Why
going
can't
to
I fix
if
that?
you're going to hold your healing hostage over us, then what stops me
I'm not holding my healing over
from
you. I'm
holding
saying
my
I've
damage
given you my
hostage
healing.
over you? I'm giving
Dire-
you my ability to kill things.
Yes.
We ignore this because we have our respect in the dungeon. We don't bring up our roles within the party as a bargaining chip for not paying your fair share.
I paid my fair share.
And Darius here paid 15.
I think you paid Hate's fair share, actually.
Because Hate is broke.
Waves.
We just
I
left.
get you do good work. I understand. If something comes up where you need the money, I'll be more than happy to help you with your cure.
I feel like I've
But
given a
in
lot of
this
money to this
moment-
party earlier. Lorik, I definitely lent you money earlier.
And I repaid it.
You did. Aquila, I'm pretty sure I've given you money in the past too.
All repaid.
I don't know if Aquila
I'm,
paid me back. But
Dire-
that's okay.
Dire, Aquila,
yeah,
and Laura, someone, one of you, can you speak sense to him?
Oh, I'm not good at that.
I've known him for longer than you guys, and there's no speaking sense to him.
I think I am going to gather my things and wait outside the elevator to the dungeon for everyone else.
Can get another 5 from Struenhof, probably.
Possibly.
I mean, I paid 10, right? I think.
Yeah.
I mean, aren't you running a business? Aren't you rolling in money, man?
Do you understand how running a business works?
Yeah, you make profit. I don't have that. I spent
Yes.
all my
And then
time
you
researching
spend that
medicine.
Yes,
profit.
you make profit to spend the profit to make
To
profit.
make more profit.
I have reserves that I have explicitly quarantined off, not for spending, on personal affairs.
Yeah, well, I don't have a source of income, man.
Yes, you
And
do.
that
you
is
and
my
I
problem,
both
how?
go to the Delmarev healing tent.
I need to
course.
sustain my
If you-
research.
You need to sustain your research, so get a job.
But then I don't have time to research.
Point of order.
That's why we
point of
adventure.
order, he is, in fact, one of the only people who is employed. He actually does have a job, which is why he keeps getting money.
Oh,
What's his job?
I forgot
Ray's
about
like, oh,
that. I did get a job,
Interesting.
didn't I?
Yes, he
Ah,
does.
so counterpoint, you do have a job, you are making money, and you still can't afford to give 5 gold to make up for somebody
I
who
don't
doesn't
have a
make profit.
job.
Lothar, check DMs because
Yeah,
we're all
yeah,
literally
I'm
discussing
typing,
that.
I was typing it.
Oh,
before.
gotcha,
Oh, I'm pretty
gotcha.
sure he's trying to lift. I'm also pretty sure Dyer's stealing money from me. So that's
I'm
like
not still what? Dyer,
I
that's
can-
that is
definitely
an
the DM.
accusation.
Well, I can escort you there while I head back to get my things.
All right, thank you.
Oh,
just
Let's
be warned. I
go.
have my character sheet out, Dyer.
interrupting the argument really quick. Lothair, it is the
I can't
normal
steal from PCs.
the coin ratios. It's just the normal ones from the player's guide, or am I?
Yeah, 10, 10, 10,
remembering
10,
wrong?
10, 10.
Okay, cool. That's good.
Except for Electrum.
The
Electrum sucks.
points.
Electrum's in the middle.
Yeah, Electrum sucks. Just in general.
Also, Doppler, what's his job? What's Doppler's job?
I do medical stuff with Cat Dude. To help
That's
him, like,
why
with
he didn't
magical
want to
research and
hire
things.
me.
Yeah, I was already hired. I got the job first.
You scoundrel!
It's because I'm a white man, so of course I'd get the job. Even in this universe, come on, Lothair, we're better than that.
Especially in this
Hey.
universe.
Aquila's getting a better job.
Oh, yes. Joke's on you.
Strudhoff, the
She gets to work with the military junta.
What?
Strudhoff, it's all paid for. Would you
That
mind
just sounds
pitching
like a
in 5
curse in
for
Spanish.
the total cost?
I kind of just sigh and say,
Do
"Yeah, I overheard the whole thing." As I hand him the 5 gold. It's not that big of a problem, really.
I wouldn't be asking you if Doppler wasn't such a greedy bitch.
I don't know what you're talking about,
He's
man.
gonna
It
get you
seems
later,
the
man.
Oh, of course
arguing
you don't. You're
hasn't
You're the
halfway
been
across town
millionaire.
with him.
So, Doppler, I really wanted to bring this up to you, but
Yeah.
there's quite a couple of gods that I think might fit you after
Man, dude.
Just because I'm not
Dude,
covering
that's
for
my
other
response.
people? I don't know, guys.
Sounds
No,
pretty
no.
capitalist to me.
Yeah.
Dude,
Doppler is a true capitalist.
Doppler
Page goes
or
on to
Rain at this
describe
point.
just like a god of private property. He's vaguely called libertarius and
So, can we get a refresher on what the party's actually doing? Because I've gotten lost on it based on the entirety of the shit postery.
Ulrich and
Well,
Aquila are heading to the Delmer of Wall.
Okay.
I thought they were going to the dungeon. Alright, whatever. I don't know if I
We're
know.
getting me a job.
Oh.
Not where
Yeah,
I
I wrote-
expected it to go, but
Do
hey.
you want to just be like a research
know-
assistant for me? I'd pay you.
What?
Do you want to just be my research assistant? I'd pay you.
Trust me, this job
No, I
is
think-
far more prestigious.
I'd
Okay. That's
rather
offensive.
Also,
do actual medical work, and I do research anyway.
Actual?
Yeah, this is just getting
That's
hurtful, guys.
Today is kind of just like Burn, Doppler, maybe Rain too.
you know,
Not
Hate's
theoretical
gonna
medical.
leave.
I do research in my
Well,
free
for the
time already.
record, Rain's like a borderline socialist, alright? So this is Doppler, not Rain.
No, okay. Also, for the record, I did offer to to cover that part because I figured, hey, Doppler, he's a man of science. He fiddles with the fingers. That's not a saying.
He fiddles with diddles.
He fiddles the
I
diddles.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Can we not use the word diddles on Twitch.tv? This is a
No,
family
we are totally going to
friendly-
use the word diddles.
What other
Oh
meaning
man,
does that word
//
have?
Lothar Carling. Yeah, I love the place.
Excuse me?
What?
You
What?
I love that place.
I'm so lost. All right, so yeah, Hate's gonna just leave everyone and go wait by the dungeon.
Great idea.
You guys know the meme about the guy who has his hands on the temples of his head after like the captcha says something triggering?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
it's
me
like
right
a
now.
late '90s cartoon.
Yeah. I'm just like, how did this go so wrong? It was supposed to be a 20-minute conversation with a merchant and then heading into the dungeon.
Oh my
Instead,
God,
it's been
okay.
2 hours and we're getting a job.
So, JC, I'd like to regale you very quickly with the story of what's called Grocery Finder in one of my friend groups.
Oh, fantastic.
And
Oh
so
god,
we were all on the way.
Yeah, these are tangents.
No,
Powerful
I'm ready for it.
tangents.
I'm ready for it.
Second becomes the DM.
Okay, so all it was, we were trying to start a peasant uprising, and part of that was we were going to invite them all to a rebellion, but the rebellion was going to be a potluck. And we decided to then go out and purchase our ingredients for all the food we were going to bring to the potluck. And so a man was like, just go buy 50 gold worth of meat. To which I said, do you not understand how much money that is? And then we spent the next 4 hours buying groceries and arguing about the cost of groceries.
Powerful.
Any amount of groceries can be 50 gold of groceries if you overspend.
True.
I mean, if you come around with 50 gold and you say, "Give me groceries," then yeah, they're gonna give you like 2 tomatoes.
Was that with what was that with an invasion group? Or was that a different
What is
group?
that?
Oh no, that was a different group.
Oh,
Okay. Man, I was really hoping that was freaking. August and Decius being like, yes, potluck.
For anyone else who's still watching, please don't think us complete idiots. We're just half idiots.
Only mostly.
3/4.
I was gonna
I
say
suppose.
this was an idiot, but that's fair
Yeah,
enough.
speak
How
for
do you feel
yourself.
pain meds right now? I'm just in pain.
Anyways, can we get
Now
going?
I'm just.
Yeah.
Can we
Yeah, can we like go into the dungeon?
So are
Can
we
we play the
actually
game?
Well, to get a job.
Are we actually going to get Akela a job?
I'm cool with it.
Oh,
I'm cool with
yeah,
listening.
yeah. Let's do that.
Darius
I
isn't
can't
going to
take
go.
that long,
However,
can it?
Darius is going to see Hate heading towards the dungeon. Decide Hate makes more intelligent conversation than 90% of the party, and
What the
Hey.
fuck?
accompany Hate. Hey, I said
Oh,
90%.
90%.
Yeah, that means
Everybody
he's
is-
the only other one. There's only 8 of us.
Someone's being insulted, but everybody
Well,
has the
I mean,
opportunity to believe
yeah.
they're in that 10%. So
Don't ask when you don't want to know.
Well then, if we would like to, can we switch back over to the dungeon? Just the dungeon
Okay.
tab.
Ooh, dungeon
Okay.
jobs.
Dungeon tab.
Dungeon tab.
Dungeon, more like dungeon dab.
Dungeon tab.
I will
I'm-
stab you.
going to
Speaking of
hurt.
intelligence conversation, dungeon tab.
Dungeon dab.
Oh, hey, old Warwick. It's been a while.
Wait,
Warwick.
is it old? Wait, where's old Lord?
Nope, there's no old lord.
Right here.
It's barbecue having
There is
things again.
no old lord.
No, it's
Barbecue's a schizo.
it's Square
I mean,
Lord.
he's
not
the one
old
that always
lord.
sees like old Dyer, old Lord.
Where is he?
Yeah, where
I'm
is
going
he?
to bring
he's
him
not.
over.
Yeah, where is he?
Where is he?
But he got deleted.
Okay,
no, definitely
Schizo.
not Schizo. Schizo post. See,
I
even
saw
Dyer
through him.
Even Dyer confirms
Oh.
that he did not see a square lork. Especially not an
Yeah.
old square lork.
Quark.
I'm telling you, I'm not crazy.
Okay,
I'm telling
Schizo.
you, I am not crazy.
Okay. Could we please get this over with before we immediately just die?
Wait, did we just literally just enter a floor just out of a sudden?
No. You
Oh,
guys
okay. I was
traveled
like,
down
where
the
are we
at?
road
The
to
outskirts of
where
town.
the checkpoint outpost was being assembled to surround the town with walls to make sure that people could not get in or out without checking
Oh.
through the logistical stronghold to make sure that they were not the sick.
Time for Aquila to shine.
Hey, didn't you not go?
Oh yeah. What am I doing? I specifically didn't go.
Yeah, didn't we just have this whole conversation about
Okay,
intelligent
we're going.
conversation?
Ah, it's dark.
Huh.
Insane.
Yeah, that was about hate. That was about
Greetings.
me.
There's nothing inside there.
Wait, what do you
I-
mean?
What?
What do you mean there's nothing inside there?
It's all black.
Yeah, the doors are closed.
Lork window.
You got something
What
wrong
is
with being
this?
black?
That's a door.
Like,
Am I
No,
am I
the door
surrounded
went
by
the buildings
right
aren't
now?
open yet.
Oh, I see what you mean. Ta-da!
Okay.
Fantastico.
I can see perfectly normally. Why was I the only one who could see?
No. I gotta go back in and make sure.
Magic Selmarev powers.
Akila's default token does not have sight enabled. That must be changed.
Oh my god.
Rip.
You stole her
guess it's
sight
only my
from her?
Please continue. As you approach,
Greetings. I trust preparations have been going well so far.
of course, Primlork. All has been well so far. We've made sure that the few people who have come through have all been fine and cured. None of them have shown symptoms so far, but I trust that when we do, we will have the right approach. I realized we never properly addressed this, but if we do end up finding someone who does have the symptoms, what is it we do? Do we simply turn them away?
Well, It depends on the severity. If the symptoms are particularly egregious, then they are turned away. But if they're not egregious yet, then they can be quarantined and effectively bombarded with healing magics until the symptoms disappear, and then held for a short time afterward until we are sure that they aren't contagious.
With that,
But
you hear
in
a rather high-pitched, older voices in the northern room. Is that Lork? And there's a little bit of a bumbling and rustling as eventually the door opens and you see EA burst and go, "Oh, hello, Lork. Hi again. It is good to see you again."
it's good to see you again as well.
And they give you a
Oh,
gentle hug and then move over to Ekla and say, "Hello, yes, hello."
Hello.
so
And they flutter over. Yeah. Hello,
but that
Dio.
was actually
How is Sandy doing?
Oh, he. There's eyes go wide. Great.
Fantastic. You two are so cute together.
Yeah.
She looks around.
About that.
Yeah, is anyone else coming, or is it just the three of you?
They're over there enjoying grass. They'll be in a bit.
She flies a couple feet into the air. Hello. Do you want to come join us for lunch? No.
Oh.
Okay.
We just had lunch. He says.
Well,
But-
Well,
I will give you something to travel for dinner then.
Yeah, but let's head in first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. And she
There's
makes
like-
her way inside.
God, I got caught. He said. Alright.
But I was hoping to address the lack of a formal procedure so far with a potential recruit to the. I would like you to meet Dr. Aquila. I just realized I never actually got your surname, but
Cosfin.
Dr. Aquila Cosvin. She is something of an expert on this plague, and actually asked me about potentially joining the effort here.
Cosfin is no, sorry, the individual in the back. Cosfin, that is the college, yes?
It is.
Did you
Oh,
study
dang.
there?
Yes.
Fantastic. I've heard good things of it.
Thank you. It's a very good place to study.
I, for one, see no problems, especially if you give us your word of it, acting Lork.
Of course, she is one of the most trustworthy individuals I know, and as far as I'm aware, one of the foremost experts on the plague.
Excellent. Well then, will you be starting today, or?
Not today. I do have certain same responsibilities as Lurik when it comes to accompanying our party and making sure they don't die.
Then I trust when the time comes, we shall make it as proper as we can.
Of course.
Thank you for
Thank you
being so
very-
accommodating.
It is our job.
Now, the plague normally takes about a week to start showing symptoms. Are there any formal quarantine procedures in place for incoming, or do we just say they don't look symptomatic and let them in?
At the moment, since we've had a fairly low throughput of individuals coming through, we simply keep them for a day or so while we channel our energies through them for a brief period of time and then allow them to move forward.
What do you mean by channel your energies?
You remember when we were fighting that thing underwater, and I was able to effectively scour the boils away with my magic, right?
Yes.
Essentially that.
Okay. Has this been a particularly effective strategy against any necrosis victims you've seen, or just... Because I know it's particularly resistant to magic.
Well, at the very least, it uh, has done well for any members of our order that have fallen victim to it, as far as I'm aware.
I
But
wonder
for
if
those
it
less
works
magically
in the
resistant,
Dragonborn blood system than in humans.
or just our resistance to disease thanks to the magic we wield.
That's also just as likely a hypothesis.
The dragon born on the southern side says, us Vitalis help channel for the entirety of the clan, and in doing so our protection yields what for most of the time would be great results, giving our men the courage to go to places others might deem unsafe. And this is one of the few times where it seems to at least partially ignore our powers. But that does not mean we stop, and we shall triumph over it eventually.
And I know that you've mentioned those incoming. Have you heard anything about people leaving the town?
As of so far, none have shown it, and we have also found none who have at least admitted to being from outside the town when they have left, that who have not come in during our checks.
That's good to hear. All right.
I trust that things will become far more difficult as the harvesting seasons come about soon.
Of course, young seed ought to be an interesting time.
Indeed.
Well, I hope things go well between you and Aquila. I'll be checking in.
Thank you for your visit, Lorik.
And thank you for your service.
Stay safe, Lorik.
Lork
I
kind
bow
of
and thank them for their hospitality.
when someone says "stay safe," Lork, he kind of chuckles a tiny bit and thanks the person who told him to stay safe.
That was, I believe, Jairus? Yes, that was Jairus. Jairus is
Ah,
his name.
sure.
The blue one on the top.
Thank you.
With that, EA comes out with a small bundle of meats and gives a small package to each of you. Please
Yay.
enjoy it when you get the moment.
Oh, thank you so
Will do.
much.
Yes,
Thank you.
of course. I'm sorry
Thank
I
you.
couldn't get to have you for a bit, but I see that you are very busy, so please go on. Stay safe.
You stay
You
safe.
Thank
too.
you.
She waves.
Yay.
Goodbye.
I wave her
Bye.
goodbye happily. She's so nice.
I wave goodbye as well and make a mental note to check in more often.
Yeah, for real. Checking with. Alright.
As you make your way back to town, you make your way back to town and meet up with the rest of the group who stayed behind, who were doing.
They've been
I
talking
think we
in
were still
chat.
arguing.
Our Doppler and Darius, well, yeah, Doppler, Darius, and Hate were all back in town.
We went to
Darius,
stand
can you
near
continue
the
that?
entrance to the.
Darius, can you continue that conversation? Well, no, you can continue it in dungeon. We're about to go into the dungeon anyway, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, whatever.
Does anyone not partake in the delving of the dungeon at this time? Or have anything that they would like to do prior to such activities?
I tried to buy stuff, so I sent you a bunch, but you know, as per your leisure.
Yep. I understand. And I had,
Yeah,
yeah, they take that trade.
gotcha. So I'll just pay like I don't know, a gold for each. Oh my
Yeah.
pockets.
Funny.
It's my
Do we want to
yeah,
do a
dungeon
quick
time.
water break for everyone before we go into the dungeon?
I think that sounds
No.
wise.
Nah, I got my chalky milk.
We'll be back in just a minute.
You do be updating though.
We do be
Alright,
updating.
alright, alright.
Hello, hello, hello.
I want you to know how hard it is for me to not type out Ohana means family, and family means nobody is left behind.
Funny. So, does
Easy.
anybody have anything else they would like to do in town before they get set on their way?
Not really. I
Negative.
can think of at least.
I see that some people are waiting outside the thing. Urgoth makes a general gesture to the orc and says, "Hey, you ready?"
I suppose I am. Hopefully the others are as well.
You'll be fine. You'll make it.
I suppose so. And Lorik sets the keycard to floor 12 and sticks it in the slot.
He looks around and says, "Wasn't there someone else with you earlier?"
I go into the elevator, but
Yes.
my Chrome is bugged.
Mike's muted.
Where's Hate?
Hi.
Yes.
Where
that's
is
what
he?
happened.
I'm
Where
having
is
a
Hate?
conversation.
Where is Hate, in fact?
Hate?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, you're on mic, but you're not with them.
Oh, hold on.
In the goddamn elevator.
In the Hectorum town.
Oh.
We're about to go into the dungeon.
Oh, I just didn't know where you guys are. Hold on. I've been staring at the dungeon tab the whole time.
Nah.
Yeah, same.
Nah.
There you go.
Fantastic. Everyone makes their way there.
Alright. Now we can actually go in. As Lorik's about to stick the keycard into the slot, he kind of pauses for a moment, almost waiting for the traditional "I hate this" part. Shakes his head and then finishes putting the keycard in at floor 12.
He's been gone for a month. You gotta get over it.
The accident was over a month ago.
You gotta let go. Stop seeing old dire, old Lorik.
Squirk.
Gork. The ghost of Lorik passed.
You know what? I'm gonna get behind these two Rifter ghosts.
Yeah, not one but two. We cannot run away from this man.
Of course, he can triple dash. Who can run away from him?
Yep.
I think Dyer is the only one who can even potentially run away from him. But doesn't Rifter have like
cannot.
45 feet of movement?
Yeah, I have only 35.
Only 35? Weak.
Well, it's less than Bird Boy.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying you're weak.
Ooh.
Screw you, dude. You're. It would take you 2 years to fall from a boat to the water with Lorik. What do you mean?
Yeah, that sounds about.
Well then.
Alright. Fume, fume, fume.
Fume. Fume. Fume. Fume. Fume. Fume. Fume. Fume. Fume. Fume. Fume. As the
Flesh floor.
Unfortunately, they are not traveling to a previous location, so there is no chance of mishap. As the
That we're aware of.
sandstone doors begin to open in part, in front of you
Nice.
see, strangely enough, and only slightly traumatizingly, a wall of water, behind which there are a few fish and stone. On the floor in front of you is intricate stonework, and a small mechanical spider moves its way forward before looking at you with a large red eye. It sits slightly curiously.
Hello.
What in the hell is that thing?
You know, Darius, I think we can finish this conversation on the way back.
Aye, of course. But
Is
it is
everyone
interesting to hear
ignoring
your
the wall of
perspective,
water
thank you.
bit?
Oh yeah, is there still water?
There is. As you get closer, you notice that there is a very thin and almost completely invisible pane of glass separating the water from you. It is of exceptionally high craftsmanship.
Oh, are we in a zoo?
It's not
Oh,
I
God.
kneel down and hold my hand out for the robot thing and it's like, hello.
It kinda dong 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 moves a
How
little bit
big is
closer
this
to you.
spider? Is it like spider size or like giant spider size?
It's It's giant for a spider, but it's not giant spider size.
Okay,
It's
cool.
probably about like a foot total.
Gotcha.
We're
Have
not
any-
breaking anything immediately, right?
No.
New pet.
Have any of you seen any place that looks like this before?
It's
Not me.
no.
I mean, it looks like a specimen container, just much larger.
All
It
right,
seems
then.
to be more of the spider-looking things, the metal spiders around here.
Can I scritch the metal spider?
Oh, there are.
As
Jerry sort
you-
of like puts his hand up. There are also, and he sort of points down the hallway. Do you see them?
No.
People.
Wait.
Hmm.
You
Oh.
scratch the
Wait.
spider, and it does not react particularly to your thing. It does not display many emotions aside from curiosity.
Darius, would you be upset if I shouted towards those people to get their attention?
I wouldn't be upset, but I would be concerned.
As would I.
Hello.
Oh.
Hate.
Oh.
I
That's
didn't
not.
do
That wasn't even a hate.
Come on,
Oh.
hate.
Yeah, come on,
Venting.
hate. As you do
Oh.
so, you see as a rather tall construct of about 7 or 8 feet tall with a singular blue eye and a great thick red cape and a red amulet kind of faces towards the group of you and it kind of sits up straighter. Ah, fantastic. That's actually a really good one for him. He faces the other one, nods and kind of gestures and waves gently towards you as they each begin to make their way towards you.
See,
Well, it
this
kinda
way
s-
I didn't have to shout, but I still got blamed for it. It's almost like when I'm being considerate, everybody conspires against me.
He leans
So never
down
be
to the
considerate. That's the lesson you learn.
He leans down to the spider, whispers something, and it moves off a ways.
That's
Aw.
not disconcerting. I love the two different reactions.
Yeah.
Ah, Hello.
Aw.
We're new to the area, and we're just marveling at the
Everything.
spiders you have.
They are
What exactly are they?
they're servants. They help in the running of this facility, along with my good friends who assist me on this journey. But
I see.
before we get into any of that, I'm sure that since you haven't tried to attack me already, or at least somewhat appreciative of the art of it, if you have not heard of me or know me yet, it's John. I'm the curator of this place, and I look forward to many civil interactions with you, and hope that we get a lot done. This here is my right-hand man and my best friend, Excellent.
It
Excellent.
slowly raises her hand.
Excellent kind of gently lowers his head. A pleasure.
Robot.
I apologize for my ignorance, but what exactly is this art you refer to?
Kate slowly lowers her hand.
I simply attempt to manage a humble collection of some of the beauties of all the various worlds.
Ah,
Hmm.
All of the words you say.
Of course, not all of them are innumerable, but any that I find that pique my fancy, let's say. There are many wonderful things out and about in the world. Some too good not to be appreciated. Would you mind if I'm sure Exelon would be able to give you a tour. He gestures at the symbols on the floor. Are those familiar to your script?
yes.
Yeah.
Aye.
Fantastic. On that first one, you will find the section pertaining to animals. On the second, plants. On the third, you might find some abnormalities or other strange creatures. On the fourth one, we would find amenities. On there may be food if you are so interested. We don't have too many beds available, but what we do, you're more than welcome to share. On the
Kate
fifth,
raises
there
her
would
hand
be-
again.
On the fifth, there would not be much partaking for you, simply in the maintenance of running this place. And to the north is my room. ask politely that you do not go there, but nonetheless.
Of course.
Yes? How can I help?
Are we bound to this area if we eat your food?
He chuckles a little and says, I would certainly hope not. I would hate to keep many of you here if you did not want to.
Pardon me for asking, but you seem rather unsurprised we've arrived here. Do you have visitors often in the manner we've arrived?
Not often, no, but I have had many.
But specifically in the manner that we've arrived, from a room seemingly within your own collection?
He kind of peeks over to it and says, only once, and it was not here.
And he sort of gestures towards it. Could you be certain that it was the same room? A similar looking at the very least.
Yes. Once when I was gathering from one of my specimens, I saw on a fairly white, desolate, barren landscape while I was searching for specimens. I simply saw one of those. And it remained there for many years until eventually it disappeared.
Many years, huh?
Seems the adventurers who came through it perished.
Which means this has been around for some time then.
Since you are asking, may I ask where you come from?
The other side of the room.
Yeah. You.
If it helps, we come from a small town near a mountain called Hectorum.
I see.
Larger country that it is in is known as Perun. Perhaps that might be a more recognizable name.
I cannot say it has, but I'm glad to have such interesting and varied peoples arrive. Excellent, I'm sure you'll be able to handle them? Yes, sir. Alright then, I will adjourn. Unless
Just
any of you
gonna-
have any other final questions for me before I depart?
I do have one question, if it's not too much to ask.
Hi.
In your time curating this collection, have you happened to find anything from... I'm sorry, it's a strange place to describe a land ruled over by dragon. I'm sorry, that's not the most
Oh, no.
precise
Not at all.
description.
There have been a few dragon planes that I visited. There's one almost steel mechanical beast that you might be able to find in Section 3 if you are so inclined.
Lorik, perhaps the names of the major dragons might...
There was one from legend that... I'm still not sure if that dragon actually existed or not, but does the name Deimos sound at all familiar?
I'm sorry, as much as I am a custodian and a curator of these, I'm not an avid studier of them. I merely find what is aesthetic, and
I suppose that's fair, and after all, if the legends are true, he's been dead for many years.
But again, as I said, and he kind of gestures with his hand in that direction, there is one down there that comes from a plane of many dragons and lava, but nonetheless, I have some work to do, so if you'll excuse me,
Of course.
enjoy.
May I ask how you travel between these planes?
He kind of turns over there, and then he turns around on a pivot.
Sorry.
Oh, no, none taken. No. It is not often I get guests, so I'm more than welcome to indulge them. He kind of slides out from his sleeve of his arm as a large staff ends up coming out. I use this to build magic of teleportation and others. Quite simply, as long as I'm only bringing a few things along at once, I can bring myself from here to other places at will. Sometimes I return to places I've been before, sometimes to new ones altogether.
At least it's more creative than scissors. All right. Thank you for the information.
No,
curious.
Of course. Does anyone else have any questions for me specifically that could not be answered by my friend Excellent here? Alright, a pleasure. Thank you. And he moves over and he kind of almost dissolves into the wall for a moment as he passes through it.
Mood.
Ekla takes one look back at the fish and shudders. Ugh.
Hate. What do you do?
I have not been responded to, I guess.
Ah, I see. Well,
I chase
that's
after
why I was
hate.
cutting to,
Yeah.
That's why I'm cutting to use for you can do. Go
I'm
ahead.
just kind of looking at this person. Creature? Hate's not entirely certain.
Hello.
It
I'm
looks to
Oa.
be a wooden construct.
I am Oa. How can I help you?
I
Um,
assume by the teapot in your hand you serve tea?
Among other things, yes. It has been a while since we have had guests, and I am very glad to. And then they kind of hold their words for a moment. Serve again.
How long is a while?
The last time he had guests was 4 years, perhaps.
And
Things go
you know what
smoothly.
plane we're on currently?
She says, "Oh, we are on the plane of order," and she kind of then, as Exelon moves forward, if you would be so interested in taking a look for yourself, there's a window in section 1.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, what
Curious.
did you... There's section 1, window, plane of order? Alright. Hate, like, starts to walk off, comes back and says, what food do you guys have?
What would
Wait,
you
wasn't-
like? As long as it's not from one of the creatures in our exhibits, I'm sure that we could get it for you.
Anything that... Any rules against walking and eating?
As long as you don't manage to break anything in the exhibits, the bots will clean up for you.
Alright, I'll take a sandwich with as minimal bread and as much meat as you can figure out how to do.
You see
Hey,
as-
didn't you just eat before coming to the dungeon?
Do you think that I have one stomach?
Do
I don't
Do
know,
you
that's
have
an
more?
expression.
I mean, most humanids do.
So Oa kind of moves her hands in front of her onto the table, and as she kind of lifts up on the table, it just, in an area that previously had been completely flat, it lifts up and reveals that it's almost a cabinet that lifts upwards, and then they begin pulling out exactly the ingredients needed for a sandwich prescribed.
There's a moment of very, very large like happiness that wells up inside of Hate, and she turns almost like a child in Aquala's direction and is like, this must be what it's like to be in the palace. Just food, perfectly made on demand.
I am honored. Thank you for the compliment.
Lorik
I mean-
briefly grumbles something about to his cooking apparently not being enough, and starts to wander off to section 3.
You're a wonderful home chef, Lorik.
I absolutely take my amazing sandwich and I turn to the man who's supposed to be guiding us and I say, so where's that window?
Of course, section 1, where the animals are. Just past the golden
Uh,
mirror.
Hey, if you would
Um,
wait for me
I
1
went-
second.
Okay, I'll wait.
Go ahead,
I'm
Spencer.
at the golden deer and looking out the window.
You
But
said
I'll wait until they get here. Might as well.
anything I want?
Of course.
Like, are you sure?
If we can't, I would be disappointed in myself.
Okay, so you're not like some magical food system going on that just like okay. Never mind then. So no weird cast magic. I
Um,
see. I'd come across something like that before. I was just
Derry sort of like raises his hand a little bit. Do you happen to have stone strix eggs?
An Excellent
What?
choice. And
Just the raw egg, please.
of course. And in the same cabinet that they previously opened for the sandwich components, it lifts up and they pull out an egg.
Darius sort of pulls it out, like holds. And
Sorry,
Darius sort
would you like more? Pardon, I had assumed one. How many would you like?
of. If you have more, I would love a second, but no more. I don't have that large of a stomach.
Of course, and without having let go of the first egg, they put their hand back in, and their fingers kind of split apart a little bit as it grabs on like multiple little tri-tips with like a couple fingers holding each egg. A little bit similar to, do you know in Treasure Planet where the cyborg like has his hand split apart into like 3 little tendrils? It's a little bit like that, where he's holding each egg with 3 little, where she's holding each egg with 3 little spindles from each of her fingers.
Thank you. I haven't even seen these eggs since I left. Never mind. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, then, pistachio baklava?
I'll see what I can do. And again, from the same container, they get the supplies.
Wow.
He walks next and looks towards Hate. I'm ready to go if you are, as he takes one of the eggs and just puts it in his mouth and swallows it whole.
He munch.
So, Exlon
You know,
responds in
I
kind.
actually have one last request I want to check. Kate rummages in her bag, and you see her pull out a very well preserved ice lizard tail. And she just says, "Do you happen to have this?"
She says, "May I see it?"
She hands it over.
Aye, that we can. Sorry, she doesn't say aye. Yes, that we can. And you see, as from this 1-by-1 foot cabinet, again, the same exact place, they end up pulling out about a 3-foot tail.
I'm gonna, take my tail back. Take this tail. You see, like, tail rested on shoulder, partially in hand, sandwich in other hand, and looks over at Darius and says, "Okay, I'm good."
This
Shall
is
we
quite.
to the? Excuse me. Shall we to the window? It's quite a sight if you've never seen something like it.
Okay.
I.
Did I get the
Absolutely.
baklava?
You did.
Okay.
So you said this was the plane of order.
That it is. Lorik, as you look at it, you would notice that it looks at least somewhat similar to a whelp of some of the dragons that would have been described in the stories.
Okay. Does it look like it's made of metal or just metallic-looking scales?
It has metallic scales.
Okay, so it is a metallic dragon.
Yes, it
And
is.
rather, okay. Retract my previous comment in the chat then.
Yes, you would know of it. And he continues onwards and kind of calls down to the group in the aberration section. Would you all care to join us?
I suppose I would.
Darius
Oh.
sort of stops. Sorry.
What's
I
the
was gonna say-
quality of this sandwich, by the way?
It's not the best sandwich you've ever had, but it's certainly far from low quality. It is well made and of good quality.
As he goes to leave the aberration area, Lork kind of just keeps glaring at that metallic dragon.
Hey, are we guys gonna? Are we guys? Is somebody else gonna come check out the window? Oh, okay, you guys are coming. Never mind.
Shudders as she passes the fish.
So as you all look out the window into the generally orange and amber eternity, there is a seemingly endless amount of mostly orange glow with individual chunks of this goldish sandstone looking colored rock that kind of shift and move through it, and sometimes as they begin to get close together and where they would almost collide, instead they end up chaining together with steel chains that erupt from each of them, binding each other for a solid couple minutes before they separate. As it gets farther
Curious.
down, the process repeats on various different layers, with none of the layers particularly interacting as it gets further into a fog.
Say,
So, is
wasn't
there any native life to this plane?
Yeah.
Uncertain of some of the chunks of rocks have their own life forms on them, each of which seem self-sustained. On some there might be a reddish pool that might seem to have a little bit of movement on it. On the others there might be a few select trees.
And is it all like that? There's this pointing at the vast orangeness.
That it is. We've managed to take a small collection of some downstairs. They're rather easy to manage, and even if you fall off, the world doesn't seem to let you.
Curious.
Oh, that's interesting. So, does it just like bring me back to where you fell off of, or what?
Oh, not at all. If you attempt to walk off the side of it, as one of our friends once unintentionally and unwittingly did, you simply end up upside down on the other side.
Hmm.
Continue walking just as if you were walking over a hill.
That's
Are you native to this plane?
Oh, not at all. Well, let me rephrase. I personally am, but Aetson is not.
Okay.
Follow-up question. What are you?
I am simply the custodian of his zoo.
yeah, but before that,
This is what I was made for.
so you were made specifically for this
the-
purpose.
The way the metally bits are going reminds me of the girl we found in Shabala.
They are moving in a somewhat similar manner, yes.
A living construct. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not gonna question it. Hey, it's
Certainly
been
much
Yeah,
more
sandwiched by
yeah,
now.
fair
me
and
neither.
not like
I mean, seems simple enough.
freaking out at being born.
So, Doppler, do you actually ask the question about the deer?
Oh, I just like couldn't tell. Is the deer in a glass or not?
Yes, every,
Okay,
all
disregard.
of the creatures except for the spiders are inside of glass.
Okay, and what are these? Are they perhaps building a new enclosure for, say, a group of 7 adventurers?
They
Yeah, I was
are
thinking the same thing.
They are working on an enclosure, but they are repairing one that had been broken.
So, what broke out of that?
Adventurer.
This
6 adventurers.
he laughs a little bit. You have at least an acceptable sense of humor. I will give you that. Just one creature. We took it out to wash it and clean it, and it ended up running down and about. But their creatures are not very likely to run for long. They're down there somewhere, and sooner or later they'll come back.
Nothing that could potentially like hurt us.
He's
though.
describing a cat.
Anything could hurt you if it was dedicated enough, from the largest of mountains to the smallest of ants. Every
Wise.
creature deserves respect in some way or another.
Alright, guys, I've held back long enough. Hi, what do you think happens when you die?
Lork starts heading off to section 3.
So aberrations.
Darius sits back and is ready to listen on this conversation as he devours his second egg hole.
Is this enclosure literally just empty? Is it just a white room?
At the moment, it
I
is a
would've
right
s-
room, yes. You can tell as you investigate that it had components in it previously, but they have currently been removed as it is under repair.
Okay. Also, Lothair, you know that this would be a horrible actual zoo,
Yes, I
right?
do. In
Okay.
fact.
Nah,
We're
there's just
supposed
an
to be appalled.
There's an infinity stone here. We're at the collector.
It's bigger on the inside.
Anyways,
Yes, all the enclosures, the animals think they're much bigger
Ooh.
than they actually are. Let's go with that. Hey, buddy, what you doing inside the elevator?
It's just kind of on the wall as it's looking at stuff. The key card is luckily on Lorg's person, so no shenaniganery can come up to place.
Who's moving
Hey,
Vermilion?
Dyer, frick off. I know Dyer's the only person who can do that since he's not in Roll20.
Yeah.
Lork bristles as soon as he sees the displacer beast.
What area are you guys in?
Exelon, as Darius and Hate are having their conversation. Shall we join the others?
Hate just kind of looks deflated for a moment and is like, ah, fine.
Deflated orc. That's a new one.
Wait, there was a
These are
displacer
cool.
beast.
I kind of want to ask what the hell they are, but
Of course.
okay. Dyer asks, "What is that?"
Which one of the two do you well, I guess I should be more specific of the three. Do you refer to the spindles, to the man-eating plants, or to the ever-growing spores?
Excuse me?
That sounds. Oh. So
I like
assume that's the
mushrooms.
plant. Point that way. The spores are those, and that's the spindles.
If you would not believe it, the plants to the north are actually one of the most dangerous things we hold in this exhibit. Luckily for us, it can't move very far, but if it could, it would certainly be dangerous.
Noted.
Is that the friggin' plant from Jumanji?
I'd like to ask a very important question about something that wasn't clarified at all beforehand.
Yes.
Is it against the rules to tap the glass?
Yeah,
Please don't.
it's rather powerful. You do not need to worry about breaking it. And, I will trust you to use your own code of conduct to treat the creatures as you will. The only one that I request you not is the fish. They tend to hide when such activities are performed, and that makes for very poor viewing.
He taps the
Makes
glass.
sense.
Almost nothing happens except for a couple of the sharp prongs on the left side go from facing a variety of directions to kind of start aggregating towards the direction of where you pointed, or where you tapped.
I think you're making it mad.
I think that's a fun thing.
Alright, let me know when you die.
I'd
Hit me up.
prefer not to come back after I die, but fair enough. Hey, stares at it for just a little bit
Sure.
longer.
As for the
Before.
one to the south, it creates... They are quite beautiful, are they not?
They look scary.
Each of them grows in their own unique ways, and occasionally will spew a special... And he kind of holds his words for a moment. A special pollen unique to each, which changes the colors of the others. They are ever-changing and ever-beautiful.
Do they eat people?
These ones do not, no. And
Okay,
to
so
the
these
far
ones?
left, as he gestures all the way down the hall, are
Mhm.
perfectly symmetrical, ever-growing spores. We are glad that that one does not quite lose its container, as they continually grow a ever-perfect distance apart from each other in perfect symmetry, one of the few native bits of life to this planet.
Oh.
Say, do you have any humanoids in your displays?
Ah, yes, some down in the abnormalities.
Hey,
Hmm.
perks up
Only one
at this and
time, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
Darius
all
immediately
perk up.
starts walking as well.
I like humanoids. I've seen them around.
I like a decent number of the humanoids I've met before. I'd prefer more of them behind cages.
As is here.
What are the? Oh,
Sorry, the image on the right is just sending me.
What do you mean? What's wrong with it?
It just looks really fat with these tiny little arms.
That's because it's a chonker. It is a whelp.
Chunk.
It does look
It
chunky
looks
now that
like
you mentioned
something
it.
It's
put a
literally a
helmet on a very,
baby.
very.
It's literally a baby.
Guys, baby, what does the
Hmm.
adult look
It
like?
looks like someone put a helmet on a really fat house cat.
Fat cat. Cats are fat.
I
Sorry.
place my hand on the glass and I look at this creature.
It mostly just sits there.
Why
I
is it chained
will-
up?
Oh, those are in fact not chains, believe it or not. That is part of the creature's natural body. I know, it was weird for me to understand it as well, but the creature, while not beautiful in traditional ways, it has I don't want to say endurance, but it has a constitution unlike any others I've seen.
It would probably kick so many people's ass.
Indeed.
Can it talk?
Most of them can talk in some capacity, but I do not believe it to have sentience, no. If it were, it probably would not be there.
Wait,
You
so
say that, and yet you seem to have some sort of dragon.
Do
yeah.
you trust the dragon to have a sentience of its own?
Would assume they would.
Let's
or else.
just. My people have experience with how crafty they can be.
All beasts are shrewd and cunning in some fashion or another. The fox itself does not mean that it is an equal wit simply because it outsmarts its prey.
Do most beasts conscript others to build effigies of gods for them, though?
If you had traveled as many worlds as he had, you might find the answer larger than you think.
Hmm.
Also,
No,
Doppler,
no.
just in case you weren't aware, you're missing health points on your character.
I appreciate this lesson. However, I must ask, what is this and how can I get one?
Ah, of course. It is from one of the ice planes. And this one, in fact, was one of the earliest additions to his collection. It's what inspired this war down here on. It's a strange creature bellowing both flame and water in equal measure.
I would like to repeat my question
Yes,
of
yes.
how do I get one?
If are you perhaps he kind of holds his words for a moment. Do you have a form of personal teleportation for which a code might or a sigil might be of help?
We could.
Well, in the event that you ever do, and he pulls out a small piece of paper and begins drawing upon it, here is a sigil for its plane.
Thank you. We'll
Oh.
take that into account. Hey, do you want to carry that?
I will absolutely carry that. I have now added Sigil of Doggo Plane.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
a beautiful doggo.
there were teleportation sigils in Chibalo if we ever end up there again, which I hope we don't. They seemed very mad at
Oh.
us.
True and true.
But if we are ever back there again, or we ever see a teleportation array like that again, you might... Unless we learn how to use it, we should not use it, because then we won't be able to get back.
Doppler, you see as each of the displacer beasts kind of move up very close to the glass, as close as they can, with their paws slightly patting on the glass.
These
Oh,
ones
I've
look like
seen
cats.
We fought those.
The one in Chibalo did not look like a cat.
No, but we fought some before we went to Chibalo. I think you were
Aquila,
working
What?
back then.
Yeah.
there's at least like 3 humans here. None of you guys look alike. It's fine.
Yeah, but there's
Wait.
like... We all have a similarly shaped skull, is the thing.
The displacer beasts begin meowing softly as they
Oh.
kind of need it with that. No,
Wait,
no, it's okay. And he kind of touches the wall, and a little bit of food is dispensed with some fresh meats. They remain at the glass, but they do not continue patting it.
Well, I go over here.
I look at
Oh my god.
is the giant ice water fire doggo doing anything?
At the moment, it is curled up asleep.
I take a bite from the 3-foot long tail and just keep watching it.
It continues to sit there, and you see as its massive, given its massive capacity of lungs that run most of the way down its body, as the entirety of the creature, almost down to the tail, it increases in about like 40% volume every time it takes a breath, which only happens like every 30 seconds or so, as it's taking huge, massive lunges of breaths.
Seem rather enthralled by this beast.
I want it. I mean, it doesn't have to be this one specifically, but I mean, I'd be okay with that.
But why?
Why not? Do you not see how magnificent it? Did you say it shoots fire and water?
Yes, it did.
Do I need to explain more?
Would you like a demonstration?
Yes, I would actually. Although I wouldn't want to interrupt its sleep.
Of course, we can wait till some other time. I would ask if you'd like to play with the Dysplasia beasts, but I assume you know their lethality?
Yeah. No, we'd rather very much look at them through he gestures pain.
We
Glass
normally look at them through pain.
Excuse me.
No, it's
Fine.
fine.
If you are concerned for their well-being, please do not. And he presses a button, and as what looks like to be almost a pebble of a ball kind of drops in the back, and they run to the back and get much smaller than they otherwise would look to be. At least one of them.
Oh.
Back, the other one stays there. As they get to be about maybe 10% the size you would expect, given how much they moved.
Oh, so that side is much further than it looks like?
Indeed, that is why we have chosen this plane specifically.
Wait. When did the... Hate's just kind of like trying to guesstimate the distance and the size of this creature.
Yeah, the dog.
How's the dragon
He looks at
respond?
it and says, I would estimate it's about 15 feet away.
Oh yeah,
Walks
also
closer
Lork
to the
acts the...
glass, touches it, and yeah, about 15 feet away from the glass itself.
So it is bigger than it looks.
Yeah.
Um,
All's good in the hood.
Yeah, Lork asked, tried to ask the dragon question.
Oh.
yeah, trying to see if it can hear me first off, and if it can understand my draconic.
The creature does nothing of the sort.
What's that dragon-looking thing up there?
Excuse me?
Up here.
Ah, yes.
It's a silver.
It is a metallic
Oh.
whelp
It's a whelp.
from a
Presumably silver.
from a plane of flame and brimstone. We've taken to calling it a bellower, as that is its most preferred activity for, I would not call it enjoyment, but passing the time. Which, as he says, he kind of gently knocks on the side of it, and it emits a bellowing roar of fire onto the glass as the glass gets engorged in flame for like a solid 4 seconds before it stops, and then runs around to the back and curls up.
Does
Is
it
there
not have
any way to
voice?
communicate with it?
guys please repeat?
You go first, Aquila.
Oh, I was just saying if it doesn't have toys.
And I was asking if there was any way to communicate with it.
If you would like to, you are more than welcome to. He takes a sigh. Enter the exhibit if you are confident that you would not think poorly of us in the event that you are harmed. They are, in fact, beasts.
Of course.
There's, a flash of hate thinking, I can touch Fluffy, and doesn't. The wisdom of multiple gods collectively is inside of her, like, no, don't do it.
He is going to mutter an incantation over himself and cast Bless before he attempts to enter the exhibit.
As you wish. And he presses on the side of it, and some of the glass slightly parts, making way for you to enter.
Hey, Darius, if anything happens to Lork, just let me know. I'm busy.
He should be fine. He knows what he's doing.
Exelon is standing to the side of the glass.
Basically, I start to greet this creature in Draconic, basically just saying, I mean you no harm. I just want to know, what are you called?
It is currently curled up in a, I don't want to say cat-like position, but just a simple circular tail to head. Its eyes closed.
I'm going to attempt to approach a bit closer.
Okay. You take a couple steps forward and you see that it's still a ways away.
Oh, it's a big one.
Alright, then.
You
This is
take a
going to
couple
take some
steps
time.
forward and it's still a ways away. And after about
How big does it...
After about 30 feet, you approach it and it's about 20 feet long.
I thought they said that it was a whelp.
It's a whelp.
Alright, then.
Excellent
Greetings.
turns to Strunov and says, it does make for excellent viewing, doesn't it?
Excellent. What?
Viewing.
It's quite an interesting creature you've got here.
Indeed. I take great pride in each of them.
But, yeah, Lorik is only going to speak in Draconic to this thing, so just so you know that
Yeah.
he's going to clear his throat and say, Greetings. I mean you no harm. I just want to know what you were called. Now that he's actually closer to it.
The creature eventually, in the tail end of the sentence, does eventually open its eyes and it's rather drowsy and you hear it start to growl.
Lorik is going to stand his ground and, with his hands up, say, I mean you no harm. I just want to know what you are called, so that I know how to address you.
The creature stands up and begins to charge at you.
Oh god.
Alright then.
And as it does, it charges until it's just a couple feet in front of you and then it stops.
Oh.
Ah. Lorik waits a couple more moments for it to do anything else.
It starts slowly circling you. And eventually flips over on its back.
Lorik looks deeply confused at this and asks, are you able to understand me?
It is simply laying on its back with its head upright. You realize as it does so that, weirdly enough, you look up and there is in fact a sun in the sky here.
I have to say, I almost pity you being locked up in this place and not exactly being, as far as I'm aware of what you are. But I suppose I'll leave you alone now. He gives it a slight pat and just walks back, kind of vaguely disturbed by how this thing didn't act as intelligently as he'd come to understand from the stories.
Give me a perception check real quick.
Oh boy. My one weakness.
His one weakness. Do well. Alright.
I refuse.
No, you actually don't. As
Oh.
you pat it on its head, you feel as there's a notch on the back of its head, which as you peer, there's a small hole going through.
Hmm.
It's about 7 or 8 inches deep, and it does not have the steel bits of its surroundings, and instead has a bit of a yellowy flesh that protrudes out, somewhat infected.
Infected?
At least seeming to be infected, as it is not conducive to the rest of the creature's biology.
I suddenly feel like I understand far too much out of character.
I can't do much for you, but Loric is going to use 5 lay on hands points to try and cure disease.
You see as the gentle pustules of white kind of eventually dissipate, and instead there is simply a small tube-like structure of yellow and steel.
What are you exactly?
Fades away. With that, it kind of sits more upright, it shakes its neck a little bit, and it takes off into the sky and begins flying.
What are you?
You happen to get a particularly brutal display as it screeches and shoots fire at a passing bird in the sky as it strikes it down.
Oh, there are passing birds.
Yes, there are.
So it's really just like its own little dimension in there with an ecosystem and everything, is what you're saying.
I am.
Okay, I hate this place slightly less.
Loric steps back out into the main area and asks the curator, what sort of dragon is that? I've never seen one like that, and what sort of disease was that?
As he closes up the enclosure, as to what kind, I'd only assume that it's a steel skin, but I am not, as I have said before, I'm not a particular investor in the knowledge of the creatures as much as the creatures themselves. As to the infection, it's a seemingly recurring problem that at least I believe the creature was born with. I would also like to congratulate you, the only other person who went and ended up fleeing when it charged, so good on you for gaining its trust.
Loric looks a little bit disturbed by these events, but otherwise mostly unshaken.
Does anyone else have any questions?
So what are the sections again? And one of them was closed off.
Of course, the only one that is closed off is his personal quarters, where he commits rest in his research, but the rest are all accessible. The first is the animals, where the window is present. The second is where the plants are. The third is the section we are currently in, the abnormalities. The fourth is where our amenities, such as rest, a small performance, beds, the food. And and the fifth is maintenance, which, while you are certainly welcome to go, I would not believe you to find much interest.
Did you say
Okay.
a show? Did I mishear you?
I had believed I said performance, but nonetheless.
Oh.
We have a few recordings of various different activities. Would you like to partake in them?
Maybe. We'll get back to that.
Of course.
I'm interested in speaking with the curator at more length about his travels. If
Here with Snoop
you
Gang.
might let him know.
I shall, if I am correct. I would assume that he's currently at,
Huh.
He should be performing his research right now, but I see no reason to disturb him. I'm sure when he's ready, he'll be back out.
Aye.
I would not dare assume, but if you are ever wishing to, you may either spend a night such as it is here if you feel the need, or if you do not have a mean of personal transportation, I'm sure we can arrange something to bring you somewhere else before you return later. Unless you are completely sufficient with your visit, in which case you are very welcome to leave.
I would like to know if I'm allowed to go into this chamber.
That when you are, but I will caution extreme. How should I say? I shall caution.
Please don't tell me that Hate's trying to pet the wolf.
As
No.
you visit the top section, there is in fact a man who has skin that's kind of made up of various different small silver, not quite worms, but different silver segments that kind of shift along its body, ever moving in the generally humanoid shape, which is currently tending to the electrospark machines that are constantly generating pulses of electricity and lightning.
I'm forcibly reminded of Five Nights at Freddy's. Anyway.
Excuse me?
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm just having flashbacks.
I kinda say, Derek calls for his attention with like, hello? Just
Without
looks.
looking up from his work that he is doing on one of the generators, he says, yes.
Oh, we're just curious.
Yeah, I have
So
no
hi.
questions really.
Hello, I'm Vio. If you have any questions, I'm sure I can answer them. Not quite as well as Exelon, but I'm here.
Gotcha.
What are these things?
These are the generators for the facility. They help maintain the interdimensional portals that each exhibit is a part of, and to maintain any of the amenities such as the food or the entertainment.
So, do the exhibits work as basically a window or door into their home dimension?
To put it simply, something similar, yes.
Okay. That's interesting. Thank you.
Tires
Of
reminded
course.
of something and rushes back to where the assistant to the curator is.
So, during that period, Exelon
Mhm.
has moved over to the US pane and has touched it in such a way that it opens up a small door-like passage for Hate to travel through.
Hate absolutely walks through.
I will warn you that it might be slightly disorienting. If I would have your permission, may I close this and bring you back to the other side? If the thing gets out of hand?
Yes, that's more than alright.
As you make your way in, it gets noticeably colder almost immediately. It is quite frigid.
Dyer, can I speak with you for a moment?
Hate does that. Takes a breath.
Sure.
Sees sees her breath like fog up in front of her. Huh.
I'm glad I'm not in there.
This would almost be uncomfortable.
He turns to Darius as you say that. How is the temperature in here? Is it sufficient for you?
Perfectly sufficient, thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah, Hate's gonna slowly walk towards the creature.
As you move towards it, not only does it take more than the expected, like 6 seconds or so to actually walk up to it, it takes about a minute to do so. You also notice that the creature is a towering behemoth of massive size, about 40 feet in length.
Oh, I love it even more. So yeah, there's
It continues to heave with powerful breaths which stink of rank, acrid juices, and its entire body grows by about 7 feet as it's laying on its side with each breath over the course of those couple seconds.
Does it smell of decay, though?
It mostly, even though it is not the question, I shall describe it for Hate nonetheless. The most accurate smell would be that of bile.
Okay, that's interesting.
That is interesting. Hate does the a cursory walk around the creature just to see it from all of the viable angles. She's just kind of trying to take in exactly how massive this thing is, and if there's anything, that comes to her senses that's weird about the creature besides, size, extra dimensionality, all that stuff.
Give me a stealth, a perception, and an insight.
Oh, one of those is bad.
Or all of them are good.
Or all of them are good.
Or all of them are bad.
Stealth?
One.
Alright. Perception.
Up to
Wow!
Oh,
Well,
oh
you
boy.
know.
The insight, okay.
And a horrible insight roll, too. Oh, the
Fantastic.
dice
The stealth was
hate.
the best. Funny.
I
stealth was the
can't
best roll.
believe.
As far as the perception, the creature seems to be, well, quite simply what it is, a creature. As far as insight goes, you managed to determine that the creature is somewhere in the ballpark of about 2 tons in weight. And with the stealth, as you're about 3/4 of the way around the creature, it starts flicking its ears in a way that it had not been previously.
Yeah, so I look at my, probably still mostly there, giant ice lizard tail, and I'm just like, guess I'm not gonna eat the rest of this. And I just kind of position myself just a little bit away, but closer to where its line of sight would be as I wait for it to, actively look at me. Because it's clearly woken up.
Well, it's waking up.
Well, yeah, clearly waking up, I should say.
You wait there for a couple moments. Do you mind if we come back to that in a minute?
Yep.
How does the rest of the non-Loric, non-Dire party continue during all of this?
I'm just prepping
top
whatever
hallway is
potions
pretty
I
cool.
got on
We should
hand in
check
case
that
I
out.
need to use them
Hold
on
on,
friggin'
don't
hate.
talk over each other. Leo first. Go ahead.
Just pulling out any potions I might need to use on hate.
Gotcha.
Should
Dopser.
things go wrong.
I look on in concern, but realize that, whatever, I'll just wait till this situation plays out.
Yeah. Shunov. Darius.
Darius is just watching very carefully. Cold, eyes as cold as the terrain that Hate is in, staring at the creature.
I'm taking both mental and physical notes
Excellent.
on everything that I'm seeing.
As the creature begins to wake up, Hate, it's time for the moment of truth. Roll me animal handling.
Oh,
Befriend a creature? Question mark.
Ooh,
Oh!
this Pog, as it begins to open its eyes and it stands up to its towering 4 feet, it looks at you, it looks down, it begins to growl, it kinda, as it spits a little bit of flame into the air and it kneels down and begins eating some of the tail, giving little care for you.
Ah. I will ride one of your kind into battle one day. And with that, I'm gonna walk out.
Ooh, not pushing. Okay.
Just, doot. Alright.
As he
I'll walk.
closes it,
Oh,
the creature,
yeah?
in fact, begins to slightly follow you, and as it does so, it gets tremendously bigger and bigger, such that the entire group manages to see about its real size as it gets close to the glass
Holy
panes.
Christ.
Big.
Don't you ever do something like that again, you're gonna give me a heart attack.
And it moves all the way up, and it
Oh.
unleashes that rather loud roar as a entire spool of water begins to
Jesus Christ.
erupt from the side as it spits it all the way across the
Ooh, special effects.
across the
Area.
across the glass.
Hate has a hand on the glass, just looking at this creature, and just says to Aquila, "Don't worry, we'll have one back at home soon."
And with that, it
That's what I'm worried about.
and with that, it begins to rebound back into the distance as it leaps away. In like 2 solid motions, it returns to what for Hate took about like a minute and a half to walk back from. It like leaps back in about 2 leaps. An excellent choice to scream back.
Look, my first instinct when an animal yells something, I yell louder.
You attempt
I-
to yell louder.
Correct.
Would the
I'm
I would
assuming that
expect
the
Dyer and Lork to start wanting to have their conversation in voice now, if you would allow.
We could, yeah, that would expedite things, especially since I want to ask the robot guy something later.
I don't exactly know, but this does not feel like there's something about the place.
I mean, there's a place where they keep random things that apparently seem all too happy to be here. I did want to ask where they got those displacer beasts, since, well, they look really familiar to the ones we fought way before.
Right, back near the caravans.
Right. And also, I still don't get the whole possibility thing you told me, but
It's... I don't even know exactly what I meant by it myself, but this... Just keep an eye out, Dyer.
doing exactly that. But he nods, like, seriously, and he walks up to the robot guy after everybody's done with the giant beasts. One beast. And he casually asks where they got those displacer beasts.
As for me, I'm not much of a achiever. Mostly Agil or Aetson are the ones who perform that activity, but we got them probably a few months ago. Could not
And,
tell you where from.
Would they be able to know?
Excuse me?
Because, you seemed like to know where to get the, that giant... I just pointed at that dog thing.
Yes, I did. That one was one of the earliest creatures, and seeing as they are more recent, especially for me, the 3 months is not long at all. Time flies by here, but for that, I'm sure eventually you'll know.
Time flies by here.
No.
Okay.
I mean nothing of it by that. Simply.
Oh, I see. No, it's just a question because, outside this place looks really weird. A lot of orange and pillars. Usually you don't see that where we're from. That's why. Just want to know this place.
Would you like to perhaps see it firsthand?
The world outside?
Of course.
Can I do so safely?
Yes. There are
Uh,
few things out there that pose a threat, especially for people of your caliber.
Thank you for the compliment. But I'll think about it. I'll have to ask if anybody else wants to come with me. I would be quite scared to do so alone.
A wise choice.
Yeah, he walks back to go hang out.
He returns to his conversation with 8.
So what's this in the center?
In the center is a large stone column that spans upwards about 15 feet to the ceiling, where it transforms into a kind of donut dome type shape. Excuse me.
Ooh, you okay?
Yes. Where the center
Oh, no,
of
he's
the
Paparama.
column begins to arch out towards each of the structures on each side, forming essentially a torus on the ceiling. It is quite a beautiful structure, is it not?
Yeah. Look up.
This is, in fact, believe
Wait.
it or not, our door towards the rest of the outsides.
Hmm.
Wait.
Anybody
a
wants to
door?
go see the place?
Yes, a door, in fact. And you see as he kind of moves his arms to his side, there's a little bit of a blue fluid that runs down from the upper back of his neck into his arms as his arms get noticeably bigger, and he grabs the column and just begins to push it. And as he slides it out of the way, there's a ladder
Oh.
leading downwards.
Okay.
Do you guys have any hard liquor at the refreshments area?
If you would like to, I'm completely sure that Oa might have something for you.
Alright,
Gee.
before I go outside, I'll be right back. Hey, walks over to the
We
refreshments
gotta
area.
get you some liquid courage. I see.
You get something sufficiently strong for your tastes.
Good. It needed to be something exotic that Hate had never had before, just to take advantage of this, seemingly magical food spawning service.
Watch it be shock stop.
While you're down there, if you find anything that's not a flame elemental or a plant, then it's rather likely that it would be our missing subject.
That sounds great.
Okay. What is your missing subject, by the way?
They are a creature that we rescued from a barren landscape. It was supposedly abandoned by its flock, so we have taken it to raise it ourselves.
So is it
What?
like a four-legged creature, two-legged creature? Does it have feathers?
Two-legged.
What sort of creature is it? Does it have any particular capabilities?
Fairly mundane in most senses of the word. It's simply under our care for a period of time while it recovers. No more, nothing more.
If I jump down, can I get back up?
Oh, entirely.
Okay. He hesitates for a bit. All right, I'm going down. I'm too curious. I have to find out.
Okay. Does the rest mostly follow suit?
Climb down the
yeah.
ladder.
Doppler
Oh hell
actually
yeah!
Doppler actually goes to bed because he had to get up early for work this morning and is exhausted. I'm sorry. That's kind of why I've been so quiet tonight. I'm like half asleep.
Okay.
Good night, man.
Good night, guys.
Go to sleep.
Alright.
Night.
There are in fact beds in the section 4.
We're leaving him here.
Doppler, would
I
you
suppose-
like to partake?
The plane. Ways of disorder. Okay, alright, yeah, going down. Orangutan.
Oh, I suppose I best try and keep at least some semblance of safety going on.
As you make your way down the ladder, it feels like you travel a rather significant distance in a rather short amount of time. As you find yourself down to an area where there are multiple different islands which have found themselves chained to each other upon their sandstone.
Blind.
Ooh.
Fitting.
Last
So
one,
what
the
is
last
underneath?
island has to pay for drinks. Hate just starts like trying to run across this.
I'm
By
blind.
run, I mean walk safely.
I follow?
Oh, I just
Wait, so
accidentally
what-
hit enter instead
Oh,
of
wait.
delete.
Oh, the high's not here.
Is Darius there? Darius went.
Darius is not physically on that page.
Supposed to be there. Why is Darius not there? This is bullshit.
This is bullshit.
Also, somebody has increased vision for a reason that I do not know.
You should probably fix that if it's
yes,
me.
I should.
I think it's me.
It is likely me.
It is hate.
Haha! I
No.
figured because I could see a decent chunk of the map.
Fantastic.
I can see most of it as well.
Yeah, you all should be able to see a fair way. This area is brightly illuminated, yet somewhat obscured by fog.
Okay.
Darius shall be down shortly.
What?
I dislike this place.
Yeah, but I want to snoop.
How does it feel
but-
living in walking through a giant honeycomb?
Feels
I
Well,
hate
these
it.
are not hexagons.
You're assuming all bees are smart. It keeps going.
Oh, that's a plant.
Hate exactly
That's
how
not
drunk
making
are
me
you
feel-
right now?
Not nearly enough.
Wait.
Oh, I didn't
Darius,
realize.
what's your
the
take on this
fall.
place so far?
I trust nothing, Lorik. You should know this, but I have no reason to
course.
distrust this any more than anything else.
Dire, listen to me
Hmm.
right now.
Yes.
Okay? This is very simple. Don't eat the plant.
Says the woman who tried to pet a
Hmm.
wolf. That's 40 times her size.
I
Can't-
didn't pet the wolf though. I fed the wolf. And
Yeah, and
decided
then
I
she
was
came
going to
back.
take one of its, family members to be my own wolf.
So, anything special about the plant?
Not particularly.
Mhm.
It simply ends up being a golden leafed plant. Actually, as you continue upwards. Do-do-do-do.
Wait, there's area 2.
Yes. There are multiple areas, in fact.
Nice.
Alright, explore.
Yeah, there
Wow.
was a bit to the left that went off screen too.
Yeah, but
On the
we
last
all
page.
decide to go the same way. Actually, you know what? No. This is wrong.
Why?
Darius, there's an entire other section. Would you like to explore that?
I've just been taking in the sights, but
Why is
if you would
Vermilion here?
like me to accompany you, I can.
Sorry, Vermilion is there.
Oh, that would be
Sure.
quite glorious.
Perhaps we should travel in groups larger than 2 in case there's something dangerous down here.
You heard the man. There's nothing dangerous down here that we could not handle.
Do you trust him?
No, not at all.
Of course not.
Absolutely not.
Then we should handle in groups and travel in groups larger than 2.
Yeah, we're literally splitting up right now.
I wait
But
for
when
the
people
group
say
of
don't
4.
split the party, they normally have a party that's like 4.
This.
Yeah, I'll wait on this one for Lorik and Struenhof to make it to us. And Schlork. Schlork's very important.
Does Akla turn around and rejoin the rest of the party?
Yeah.
I see how it is.
Wow.
Where's Dyer?
Dyer went off.
Darius is gonna attempt to use his sacrifice health
Oh, I
Misty
didn't
step,
know
see
you
if
could
that
use
still
different
works.
screens on different people.
His what?
Sacrifice health Misty step. I don't know if that still works.
It does. As you do so, you end up blinking to the location prescribed.
How much damage is that?
I believe it was 2d6. Then you can check
You know,
the pins and or you can check the messages and re-roll it if it is wrong.
I'd complain about cheating, but I also use magic. I just walk.
As you look, it is a simple bush with almost silver petals.
Darius is gonna pluck one of the petals off.
As you do so, a large section of that branch withers and dies, but the petal that you had plucked remains bright and metallic.
As he feels it, does it feel like legitimate silver, or?
It does.
Get a bunch!
Hey, this
Darius
sounds
tries
familiar.
to pluck one of the branches at a lower point and sees if that does anything, but not a large portion of it. But like, you know how in a lot of bushes they have single like strands that then branch out into
Yes, I
multiple, like the base of one of those.
As you do, multiple bits of the leaves on that section perish, but 2 of them maintain healthy. There's a gentle rumbling.
He stops and leaves the rest alone. Now he's got 3 leaves.
Bella Harbella.
I'm sure the guy who likes to make jewelry could make some lovely earring and necklace out of that.
Hey Dyer, are you there?
Yep. I figured it makes sense for me to turn around and follow them, but would they just run into the
You're more than
event
welcome to
trigger?
continue that way if you wish. Would you like
See,
to?
this is why.
I'm gonna go get a coin.
This is why. Like, hey, me and Darius could go this way, and then we'd be able to explore both at the same time. But no.
Where is Dyer anyway?
Head says yes. Oh shit.
Musty coin.
Pick up some of the
Nope,
gold
no,
on
I
your way
threw that
through.
one away. All right, I'm going north.
The rest of the party continues as they are.
When I notice Dyer is gone, I go back for him.
I mean, I was with you, so maybe you should notice that at least I didn't turn around.
Yeah.
So the rest of the party continues left?
Where are those 2
Can I
going?
pick up a leaf?
You do. As you do, it kind of transforms into a small cherry.
Oh, that's interesting. Does the cherry taste good?
You put it in your mouth, and it is rather juicy.
Put it
Question,
in
is
your
Akela
mouth
with me
and
or
it
is she on the other
rather
side?
Juicy.
Shut up.
What?
Nerd.
Uh,
Continue, Akla.
I thought I heard someone say something.
well, I see a man. The fuck.
Shh. The rest
Fuck,
of the
sorry.
party continues left.
There we
Off we
go.
go.
Ignore
I'm
the people
blind
who are
once
not,
more.
In fact, left. Ah. Is that him? Yes, that is him.
Darius is in the void.
What is this snake erasure going on?
What's going on? Now we need
I'm
2
assuming
live
Hate is leading the way.
Oh, of course.
Let's talk in chat. Agula.
Oh, I might have expanded vision again.
Ah! You're right, I didn't change that one.
I should have 80 feet of vision since that's what you changed my thing to be. No, I'm
Actually,
just
you
kidding.
shouldn't because it's fog, not darkness.
What is happening?
That's not how that works.
Yes, it is.
Well, double sight only works in darkness. Imagine.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
It was established in the past.
I know. I'm
Anyways, Doppler pay up.
Okay, so
Can't have shit in Perun.
I'd like to make a suggestion. There's 2 paths here and 4 of us. That's 2 for each path. And if we scream if anything happens.
Why are we splitting up further?
He just starts walking.
I know not, but regardless.
Hell's with
Should
this. I'm
we
not splitting up
Pop it with
any
separate
farther.
voice calls?
The two of you can begin doing DMs if you wish.
Okay.
Me and Aquila.
Yes. Just make sure to send me like chain scripts of your communication. if
Alright,
you
I'll
wish
just
to
send
be
you, yeah.
Private compared to the rest.
Don't
I mean,
worry,
do
I
we-
don't think this one goes too far. We'll come back soon.
You know what? There
Probably.
you go. You may now communicate
Turn
with
off.
each other.
Let's see if we can find
Oh my.
Dire and Aqua.
Sure thing.
Those two are off doing. I don't even know.
Do. So,
The world?
what do you think this is?
What
As
is it?
You move in to investigate. It is a weird outcropping of rock with dark blue veins sticking out from it. As there is
Screen.
clearly some kind of strange ore upon it.
It's not in the what would we call that? The
The
mad
shard?
scientist's weird collection. So it's probably free to take.
I would assume so. Derry sort of inspects around it to see if there are any loose rocks that seem like ore, but are not like fully attached on.
What
As you
the hell is this thing?
As you investigate, most of it is rather well inset, but some of it is able to scratch off.
All right, Darius.
Can you give me a... Let's make it history.
Both of us
Or
or one
you
of us?
asking?
Darius, because he's the one who went in.
Okay. Neutral.
Yeah, it's a pretty good roll.
You are able to determine that this is a specific component of adamantite.
The fuck did you what say?
It's
Adamant-
It is
It's
one of the components that you would use since it is in fact an alloy. This is one of
yeah.
the components of it.
It's and adamantite is quite a valuable metal. Darius manifests his lance and hands it to Hate. You are much stronger than I. You care to have a swing at it?
Oh, you know, you see, Hate was like already pulling the warhammer out, and is like, "Ah, this is stronger." Yeah, I'm gonna start trying to, strategically break this rock into chunks.
Give me
So that we can
athletics.
Oh,
You start striking it, and it's really freaking hard.
oh no.
Oh no, it's immune to our critical hits.
Oh god, how could we have ever anticipated this?
To the northern party, as they continue through, they get to eventually a donut-shaped platform, in the middle of which there is a small suspended crystal.
Actually, forget that spell thing. I have a potentially simpler idea.
Go on.
Strunhoff, if you move to the other side of the island and I attempt to throw Flork
No.
so that he gets the crystal and you catch Slork. Do you think that would work?
It's worth the try.
Or
You will not.
And I
Do you-
move to the opposite side and I yell at the Sloric. Are you ready?
Or before we do this, do you have any sort of magic, like, I don't know, a mage hand or anything of the sort that would help with this?
How big does this thing appear to be?
It looks to be about a foot in length.
So probably more than 10 pounds?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it would be too much for a simple mage hand, I reply.
Alright. Let's hope this works then. And I hope that Slork doesn't bowl you over.
Do you toss Slork?
I am going to yeet the slime.
As you give it a mighty heave, you see as almost immediately it begins to wrap around the bottom through the hole, and it moves to the
What
left.
in hell?
It moves to the left, disappears underneath the platform, then comes up the other side and lands over here. It looks around rather disoriented.
Well, that's not going to work.
It then kind of gently moves back to the left and just kind of crawls off as it's pointing sideways towards the other one, and then it walks further down, and it's on the upside down section. You're able to see a little bit of it from the upside down section of it as it looks. For it, it looks down at you, Schoonhoff, from the other side of the donut before walking.
I have an
around to the
idea, but I
top.
won't share it with y'all because you are not with Akala.
Alright, I could try and get as close to this thing as possible and try and hit it over to your side of the island.
Go for it.
Lorik is going to get on the inside of the donut island and try to whack at the thing with temperance, try and send it over to Schoonhoff's side.
Make me 2 attack rolls.
Oh boy. Guy's just trying to app it.
Alright, the first time you managed to push it a little bit, and with the second strike, with the second push, you managed to do it just enough that Schoonhoff manages to grab firmly onto it. As you take a look at it, it is quite simply a very well refined sapphire gem of rather large size. Give me a insight.
Me or Schoonhoff?
Schoonhoff.
Oh.
Your rough estimation places it at potentially around 100 gold pieces if you can find the right seller, as it is of almost perfect quality.
Holy shit!
However,
Well,
finding a seller who would be interested in such a large object, and given that it cannot be effectively broken into smaller pieces, may prove to be a challenge.
What do you mean it can't be effectively shattered into smaller pieces?
I mean, it can't be effectively shattered into smaller pieces
So-
without greatly losing its value.
So what is it exactly, Schoonhoff?
Well, I start. It appears to be a sapphire in near perfect condition and a large one at that.
Well, I was hoping for something a bit more novel, but
Assuming we
Sure.
don't find another use for this, I say we split it 50-50.
or with the rest of the group, we are all putting ourselves in danger here.
I suppose that's true.
Back to
Okay.
Kate and Darius.
Really?
Yeah,
That does
so I'm
seem
gonna.
like quite a good idea. How about it?
Yeah, so I'm gonna
Yep.
cast my stone shape.
As you do so, a large quantity of the rock begins to move. What would you like to do with it? Beyond the separation.
But beyond the separation, I could. I can't. I want to shape it vaguely into the form of August.
Okay, you manage to push as about a third of the protruding structure gets pushed away into the shape of a small turtle statue, leaving a couple almost tube-like bristles of ore that runs through in its place, which upon contact easily shatters from the base of the sandstone and is separated from it.
Happen to be able to do that again, would you?
Oh, yes. I was actually going to ask if you thought it would be good to use up the last of my higher spells for this. It's a great resource, but it would make us just a bit more vulnerable.
I forgot that you other spellcasters aren't as fortuitous in your reconciliation of higher level spells.
It is a blight, and I'm probably going to get people... Actually, I'm sure I could convince them that this was a worthy use of these spells. I'm going to step over to this other section of very large... very large veins and do the same thing. Yep.
As you do
Make
so,
it
you manage
Decius.
to remove the rest of the block into the shape of your choice.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a thing of Decius.
As you do so, the island begins to rumble a little bit, and you hear a little bit of cracking.
Yeah, so this is the part where, we scoop. We scoop.
Scoop and go. Darius grabs half, Hate grabs the other half, and we run.
Alright, that's unfortunate feeling. Yeah, let's just we scoop and go.
Scoop and go.
The chain gets stretched and breaks as the entire thing begins to drift slowly away.
Well, good thing we got this and got out of there. Darius opens up his bag of holding, puts his rods in, and opens it up in front of him. Would you care to set them down?
Yep. Hate will pass those over into Darius's bag.
What should I record this as, and how many?
Do it as unrefined titanium with, let's say, 4 spindles of it.
All right.
Spindles is probably a correct term. Hold on.
Also, how much
What
does
the
the
fuck should
sapphire
I
weigh?
know?
Yeah, I'll say
No.
spindles accurate.
I
Okay.
just want to point something out to you, Darius, not to be alarmed, but, what? What is that?
Yeah, we're having the same question.
Lothar, what's the weight of the sapphire?
The sapphire weighs about, like, maybe a solid 15 pounds, I want to say.
That's a dummy thick sapphire.
Dude.
It's a foot tall.
Oh.
It's a huge gem.
That's... So, what you're saying is, that's 2 different groups of obscene amounts of treasure.
Darius sort of puts his hand on Hate's shoulder and says, "The rest of the group doesn't necessarily need to learn about our adamantite, right? After all, it's
Seems-
not a huge amount of it, and it could be used better if we were to make specific items."
You son of a bitch.
Seems in
I've-
character, though.
On one hand, I'd like to say that if they ask about it, I'm not going to lie. But, on the other hand, I'm not going to bring it up until
Of
after
course.
I've mixed that, probably some of the magical inherent nature of the ice pails. You see Hate's, like, calculating potential new equipment in her head.
And
Darius,
if you
for
don't,
you specifically, it's starting to weigh on you a little bit about how the general environment here is certainly colder than you would expect.
okay. Think of it like this. You don't have to lie, simply an omission of truth. Should they ask you if you found anything, you can simply respond, "I don't have anything on me," and you would not be lying. As he pats the bag on his hip.
You know, Yeah, I'll probably just not prepare any spells from her anytime soon. Let's go.
Would you guys mind if we tagged to the other group for now?
Go.
Sure.
Mhm.
Gua, gua.
Fantastic. We get some gua gua going on. As we do, as Aquila and Dyer end up moving northwards, they find a rather young to middle-aged man currently attempting to tend to a fire amidst the cold with a couple of ramshackle tools to his side.
Yeah, but what's with this weird tree?
It is simply a red tree with yellow golden leaves.
The golden leaves like real gold though.
They are about 12 feet up, is what they
Okay. Okay.
are.
I wouldn't just.
Intensely focusing on the fire, and as you move forward, he kind of steps to the side and grabs the stuff underneath, which ends up revealing itself to be a rather crude axe made out of some of the chipped bits of sandstone beneath and some sticks from the tree.
Didn't think there were any humans on this plane.
Neither did I. And he looks at you and says,
Are you
here for me?
are you from? are you?
Who would we be sent by?
I'll take that as a yes then. He kinda
Wait,
raises his
I look at Aquila.
Look, we're not here to kill you or something. If that's
Yeah,
what you're thinking.
We're travelers.
We're like yeah. You need any help with that fire? Are you cold?
He looks at the two of you for a moment and eventually just lets out a sigh. Well, if it happens, it happens. And sits down and gestures you over, putting the axe to the side as he continues to tend to the flame.
But does he need help with the fire?
He kind of gestures you over, and as you look, you notice that it's certainly repeatedly being blown out despite the lack of any present winds.
Can I try
Uh,
to use firebolt on it?
You can, in fact, as you take out some of your flint and you strike upon it, continually hitting it.
Are you from this plane? I ask him.
I would not say so, no. I
No.
quite dislike the notion of planes anymore, but I would not say so.
Can I ask where you're from originally?
Listen, it's tough times. We can talk about them later if there's such later. I'm just trying to get back home and not be there. So if you know any way to do that, I'd appreciate it.
We certainly have a way back to a place that's inhabited by people. Don't know if that's where you're from, though.
He looks aside. I'm sure it's better than here.
Yeah, it's certainly life-sustaining
Have
and not cold.
you happened to meet that lobotomist up there? I assume that he won't.
Wait,
If you're down here,
lobotomist?
you wouldn't have. He looks up and says, "Yes, lobotomist."
I was afraid we would find out something like that.
Yeah, we were like, oh, he can't just be a curator. Who the fuck is a curator nowadays?
Well, it was more about how the exhibits, air quotes, were acting. That made me feel weird, especially that quote unquote dragon. That didn't act like a dragon. So you have, on the curator then.
Quite frankly, I don't blame him. I don't understand him, and I'd like nothing to do with him.
But-
Unfortunately, the way back to our portal, I'll call it, is through
Yeah,
there.
our portal.
Then if we could make it quick.
Yeah, I mean, you can just chill in the elevator. Well,
Wait,
Looks
why
down at
don't
the
you
fire
like
for a moment before looking up at the
come
two
with
of you.
us?
Thank you.
It can't.
I appreciate it.
you want my cloak? Is it cold here for you, or?
It's cold here for you as well, Akela, just FYI.
Okay.
Rather, as you look at his hands, you see that they're slightly pale.
I mean, it can't be worse than this place. If you follow us.
Oh, I certainly hope to. Thank you for your generosity. What can I call you? I'm Jack.
Jack, I'm Dyer. Nice, pleasure to meet you.
I'm Akela.
Likewise, a pleasure.
Come on, let's get you
Bye.
somewhere warm.
Yeah.
He grabs
See.
the axe at his side and kind of holds it on him as he makes way with you.
Right.
Let us
So-
tap back to the other group if you are okay with it.
Yeah, I was
Alright.
gonna ask him what he meant by lobotomist.
I mean, probably
Sure,
lobotomy.
Yeah, lobotomy is a thing.
Yeah, I
brain.
know, but like, any specifics?
Yeah. Well, let's ask him like after.
So,
Yeah.
the party sees the fire elementals that are there. They are
Alright,
not
so what
particularly active, simply watching Struenhof at this time.
I'll just pass.
I attempt to communicate by going in Ignan, I think, right? Hail elementals, why have you blocked our path?
Please, we don't have much. Simply, this is the one on your platform that responds. I simply ask that you not take our soulstone.
I kind of just look at Lorik.
Lorik has no clue what they said.
Well, they claim it's their soul stone.
Also, is a soul stone.
And I look back to the one on our platform. Tell me more about it.
It is the life force that keeps us warm within these wastes while we attempt to find somewhere better.
Is that what it's called?
Uh-oh.
And where would this better place be?
We do not know until we find it.
What sort of plane would be suitable for you?
They just begin to look at you and just say, please, we are simple. We simply want to be left alone.
I look back to Lorik and say, we have a decision to make here, I suppose. It's either leave them the crystal or leave with the crystal and fight them for it.
You hear as Darius yells from across the platforms.
No, we're using message.
Oh, okay, excuse me.
Yeah.
Use message across the platforms.
Can't in good conscience do this to them.
Hold on, are you able to see him?
Just barely. Or, wait, no, I can't actually, but... Oh, now I can. Look. I can't do this to conscience. I doubt they would lie about something like that. Hopefully the others found something.
I'm sure they did. We split up after all. They can't have found nothing in this. Whatever
Of course.
this place is.
I say we leave them their stone. But do what you will.
I'm inclined to agree with you, I say. And
Alright.
I walk up to the one and hand him the sapphire.
He is very gentle to take it from you as your hand starts to become very hot as he carefully takes it from you and thank you. I'm sorry I
You're
have
welcome.
nothing to give you. But thank you.
Could you tell me more about this place?
For dozens of years we've been here trying to move about and find a place to call home. As the chains and platforms continually shift and move, with that stone being the only thing to keep us warmest amongst the cold.
See,
Few things
What are they looking for exactly?
survive out here are plants that we cannot handle, but and he looks to the other two. We have faith that one day we might find a place suited for us.
and what would such a place look like?
A place far warmer than this. We once found one with a small pool of lava where we stayed, but it eventually ran dry. We hope to find one greater and stronger than that.
Schurnhoff, what exactly are they looking for?
And I turn back to Lord. They're looking for a permanent residence that is far warmer than this place.
Schurnhoff, can you ask them how they would get along with a different group of fire elementals?
And I turn back to the one I'm talking to, and I say, do you get along well with other elementals of your kind?
If they would take us, I would be happy to find Kim.
I turn to Lord. Would they take them, do you think?
Possibly. They seemed hospitable enough to us.
I turn back. I think it's worth a shot.
We tell them that we know of a place that we can for sure take them, where they would have a suitable place with other fire elementals.
Will do. And I turn back to the one facing me. My companion speaks of a place that we could take you, where you would be amongst your kin in a warmer, more gentler place.
Then you are the one who might save us. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
I see no reason not to trust you. If you are willing to give it back, we shall trust you. Thank you. They begin to kind of form into one larger fire elemental and begin to make their way with you.
Have they expressed willingness to give us the stone if we take them to the place?
We haven't I did not want to bring that up just yet.
Of course. Perfectly
But
understand.
it is likely possible.
This is a strange place.
Oh,
So, Darius, did you and Tate find anything over there? Anything even half as exciting as this?
we found some rocks, and when we tried to break them, the island fell off, and so we ran away from the island before we drifted off.
Why exactly were you trying to break the rocks?
Why wouldn't we? We're trying. It seemed out of place.
Deception 100.
We've picked a bit.
Am I
from
allowed
each
to
of the
insight
bushes.
that?
We've taken a bit from each
I
of the
don't know,
bushes that
Darius.
we've
Is
walked
he allowed
past.
to insight that? I feel like Darius is a pretty damn good liar.
I don't know. Darius
Okay.
has a +12 to deception,
Yeah,
so.
I mean, you guys
There's
are
the
allowed
chance.
to. You guys are allowed to.
There is definitely a chance.
Go ahead.
Oh, nope. Nope.
Do it,
Fuck.
coward.
Fuck.
I rolled a 12, but it's a 28.
I rolled a
All right.
16, but it's a 28.
Yeah, excuse me. I rolled a 16, but it's a 28. As all
Let's see if we can
parties
find.
involved make their way back towards the central location.
And I approach the now conjoined fire elemental. If I may ask, do you have names?
They look at each other and say, we go by a few, but for now I guess it would be simplest to call us 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
What, you got a problem with that?
It's cute.
Just thought I'd ask.
Thank you for welcoming.
And in a conversation with Lorik. I've never been to floor 1. What's it like?
A cave
I-
system. It had kobolds and spider things, and 2 groups of elementals. A group of fire elementals and a group of water elementals.
Are you gonna come follow us?
Did they get along?
We weren't exactly around long enough to actually determine that.
Hey, Aquila. Anything in it happen over there?
We found a man.
Interesting.
And guess what? He confirmed the curator's a fucking creep.
I've told you that from the moment I interacted
Aquila.
with that dragon.
Yeah.
I need you to understand something very important here. Please, do not give me a reason to release the wolf. Because I will.
Perhaps more elaboration on this. He's a creep.
I don't know. Ask Jack here.
He turns to face you and he says, he tried to take my brain out like he took some of those other creatures.
Oh, he took their brain out.
What?
I was waiting
What
for more
the hell?
specification on the lobotomist remark.
Are you a human?
He looks at you with a slightly confused look. Yes.
Just
Oh
curious.
yeah, he's stuck here.
Where are you
We're
from?
taking him home.
He sighs a little bit. Where I'm from is not really important anymore. It's complicated. It doesn't.
He interrupts. I
it doesn't
I beg to differ.
exist. It doesn't exist anymore. That's why. It's complicated. He looks up at like the tower back to the location in which the man resides.
Wait, why Why would he want to lobotomize you when we have plenty humans in our party? And he didn't care.
Don't worry. He
We
probably
don't
thought
know that he wasn't planning to lobotomize all of us.
And perhaps he had another specimen.
that could be what he's working on. Guys, I don't normally
Oh, he
go in
did
for,
say his lost specimen had 2 legs.
Mm-hmm.
I understand his reason for vagueness now. I didn't want to point it out not to cause alarm, but it was vague because it was him.
Should we beat them up?
If we are going to spirit one of the specimens away, and probably these fire elementals, we're almost certainly going to have to beat them up.
Yeah.
We should get
Aquila,
out of there as fast as we can.
Aquila, we saw the generators. We could,
Generators.
I'm just saying, directs himself to the entire party. We saw
Oh,
these
yeah.
giant coils that seem to be the heart of the maintenance. I
It
don't know
said
much
it was
about.
what keeping the portals to the extra dimensions
Right,
open
but
was.
does that include the elevator?
I don't think so. Elevator keeps itself open.
Best not to tempt fate, though.
What
I'm
if
sorry,
we just try to get out?
I fail to
just-
see how this is any different from
What
him
if
just
we
keeping
blew up
pets.
the generators?
What was Darius saying?
Oh!
I fail to see how this is any different from him just keeping pets. Why are you all so...
Oh, that's not what you meant.
Would you like someone
Well-
to scoop out your brain and turn you into a pet?
Why, of course, I wouldn't prefer that it happened to me, but I would understand from an outside perspective.
Look,
Would you
guys,
like if someone scooped out Strunehoff's brain and kept him as a pet?
right now we have people that need to get off of this plane or whatever we're in. If we agree as a group to come back later and free the animals, we can do so later. But right now, I have a fire elemental that needs to get off this plane, and we have a human that needs to get off this plane.
Yeah, we've done enough bickering today.
Alright. Lorik is going to preemptively set the key card to floor 1.
Alright,
Do
then
you think we should try and disguise our new friend here?
do we have the
I doubt it
means
would be
to?
workable.
Someone should probably just run and get Doppler as soon as we get in back up.
So why would we need to disguise our good friend here? He says as he puts his arm around him and he turns invisible as he casts invisibility.
The man
Oh, shit.
noticeably attempts to avoid you as you approach him.
It's okay. He's the touchy one.
He
He,
looks at you.
Not the
with
best
a
choice of
general
words, Dyer.
I know.
As he explains, well, he's also the one who doesn't care if I get my brain sucked out. So
Yeah, but he can cast invisibility, so he doesn't even know you're there.
Oh, don't take offense to it. I don't mean specifically you. I just don't understand it on a larger perspective.
He doesn't emotion well.
he's just a rack of pain.
Compared to-
Says the man who's horrified by the sins of his own culture, blah blah blah. I don't see the moral implications of scooping someone's brain out.
Alright, let's not argue about this right now. We can discuss this when we're back in
Can
town.
we actually?
Yes.
Hey, Jack. That's your name, right? Do you mind if I didn't buy any. Never mind. I ran out of
Jack,
dust.
can we just make you invisible so that you can?
He steps forward to Darius after
Okay.
hesitation.
Darius holds
Forces.
his hand out and sort of looks down. I apologize for my behavior. It was uncalled for.
Of course, this will only work if the spider things can't be through invisibility.
We can just move fast, hopefully.
Alright.
Can I make this jump?
You certainly can.
I hope so.
Yeah.
You can
As
try.
you
He
jump,
does.
you find that you swing around to the bottom side, and And you are now upside down on the bottom side of the platform. It's rather disorienting.
I kind of just stand there with my arms on my waist for a second. Now how it
Truly
usually
incredible.
goes. I walk back up and I say, "Alright, I'm fine."
It's
Alright,
not like they
let's-
explain
Slimes
how
melt.
this works.
Let's make our way through quickly and efficiently.
Yes. As soon as I get in, I go in first and just use my roguish speed to try to get
Hold on. Before we go up, I talked to the fire elemental a bit. On our way out, there may be some trouble, and I want to let you know that we are your allies as from this moment forward.
Prepare to fight if I'm on.
Alright,
And you hear two more voices similar to it say the same thing.
Don't think
Dire.
of it as fighting if you must. Think of it as fighting for freedom in a new plane.
There's a gentle nod.
Dyer, you go first. Try and get Turnhoff. We'll meet you back in the hub.
Keep our new member of our
you mean-
group close towards the
you mean-
center.
Okay. You mean Doppler, bro.
Which
Okay.
I'll go
Okay.
second. If we
he
encounter
says-
trouble,
You encounter trouble then?
if we encounter trouble, I can try to stave it off since I'll be right behind you.
It's okay, I have a plan B. So I'll be the one to get Doppler out, and the rest of you get this man and the fire elemental out of here. Into the elevator, we hop in, we turn the key card, we're out.
It's already turned.
Sounds great. Wish I had Rifter with us here. Okay.
Agreed.
It's like the good old times.
That's assuming the elevator will let us leave.
No, usually
Ah,
we can leave, we
speaking
can
of-
get back in.
We've done enough here. I sure hope. you
Lorik
guys-
hands a bead to Jack and basically
Oh,
briefly explains that he kind of needs it to get out of here. And
Does the elemental need it?
yeah, he hands 3 to the elemental.
Fantastic choice.
more.
And I explain to the elementals in their tongue what they do.
They understand, and as far as everyone else is concerned, it's interesting seeing that the bead ends up remaining completely intact and okay despite being within what is almost lava.
Take notes, everyone.
Does Slork have a bead?
Slork does in fact have a bead.
Okay. Is it just like floating inside of him somewhere?
It is in fact.
Hold on. Sloric has a bead, but it's impossible to tell, as the bead is blue.
That's fair.
The party begins to climb the route.
Alright.
As Dyer makes their way out, Hayden Salon is over on the amenities side and greets him as he comes out. Ah, hello. Was your let's call it an adventure. Was it successful? And he kind of stops you as you run past. He's like, "Whoa, is everything okay?"
Yes,
really
I
have
was
to
just
take a
going
shit,
to wake up
Attila.
my friend. It was most enlightening.
He kind of looks down at the floor for a moment and says, "That is certainly something I must add in the future. I'm sorry, I never thought of it."
No, here's the problem though. We went out and it was really cold, and I have a weak stomach. And if I do not want to soil this place, and I do not take poop in public.
Wake Doppler up.
Yeah, you go do that. I'm saying.
He's clearly a little bit flustered. He's like, I'm sure we can find something out. Bill! And then you see him casting a gentle magic spell.
I mean, it's okay. I do get kind of poop shy, but I would rather just go back home. We can come back later though.
Nah, just Hogwarts it, poop right where you are and magic it away.
Doppler begins
I'm a-
to wake up as Jack moves away a little bit. since most of you would not know exactly where he is, there is a. What is the? Yeah, okay, it's still in a good spot. One of the corners of the center begins to glow a bright light blue color as lightning begins to zap onto two specific points in the air nearby. And you hear a
Oh,
thump
I was
on the
afraid of
ground.
this.
Fuck.
Lork draws temperance.
I draw
Doppler awake.
everything.
There's that small
Exxon
moment
moves.
where Hate is thinking of how she used both of her 4th level spell slots.
Exxon moves over and says, thank you. I trust that you found them.
Not a step closer.
Lorik, you needn't immediately resort to violence.
I'm not. Simply giving an effective warning.
At this point, Eitzon just turns slightly around from Dyer and says, look, I'm sure that there is simply a misunderstanding.
Well, help us understand.
Of course.
My-
What would you like to know?
When can we leave? Like now?
If you so desire, yes.
But with whatever thumped, it's our pet now.
He says, what would you like to trade me for?
Do you need it to be alive, like everything here?
I would certainly prefer it.
I have a lot of non-alive things, so magical in nature. We found them in our travels. Oh, we can't let you take the man. He's our pet. He's very
Doppler's
funny.
awake, especially
Okay.
since he's Soppler.
Yes, ignore me.
He has his hair is funny. We want to keep him.
Some of the spider bots begin scurrying over. They kind of.
I said- Not a step closer.
Yeah, can you tell the spiders to stop?
They
You know.
stop as soon as Lorik says that. They stop, and you very clearly
Yeah,
they kind of motion
it's,
in place where the body would be down.
I actually, I look at Darius like
Instructions on how to conjure a
serious.
slime familiar.
Darius walks forward. He is
Like help.
quite an interesting specimen.
He does
I
look
would be.
forward and say, how much for the slime? Would you accept that in compensation?
No.
We can give you instructions on how to make one just like him.
No. If it was from here, that would be no different. There's a beauty in something not being your own creation. You understand?
But why that guy?
A
There's
very
so many
simple
guys.
question. Just a really quick one, sir, whatever you are. Are you from this plane?
Oh no, not at all. Turning to Dyer.
If you give me a gem or crystal worth 10 GP, I can make you a small homunculus.
He does give a little chuckle. Yes, certainly
Yeah, but-
trying, but I appreciate the
So-
humor that you're bringing me, if nothing else.
My question then?
Can you please repeat it?
Why him? We can there's so many living things out. That's just a human.
Because
It's
he is one of the only people who was found abandoned on a plane of nothingness. For
So
that
he is from here.
Surely, oh no, not from here at all.
oh then that's that's super that's so worthless. I look at Darius like helping with this, and he begins rummaging through his backpack.
You
Hey.
He
seem
just
to be.
begins to sigh a little bit.
What
You
if
seem
the
to be
person
to try
knows
to
how
kill
to
me
make
or you're not? Which is it?
slime?
No, I'm not trying to kill. I'm trying to find trading
Makes
stuff. He
another
pulls
slime.
out magic items.
Darius very
Hello.
nonchalantly puts both of his hands up. You seem to be quite a reasonable fellow. Let's say you were to preserve this specimen in its current state, no additional effects, so that we might find an additional that we might trade.
I would not believe him to be happy in the meantime, but what sort of individual would you expect
Have you ever experienced a creature like myself?
He kind of looks at you and says, at first glance, I thought you were human, but I see now that it is different. I can't say I have. Nor, and as he turns around towards Dyer, one like him.
On our plane, we have many more like us, but not. And he sort of waves towards Dyer. I would not be trading one of his kind, but one of mine. I have a certain distaste for my own kind, and I would be more than willing to find one for you in exchange for this human.
He puts his hands together. Fantastic. Do they all share your... And he kind of moves his hand in a little bit of a circle. I don't want to say pragmatism, but aptitude for... And he just stops there.
Indeed, our entire race was corrupted by the god Seth. We were once human.
Fantastic. That is beautiful. I look forward to it with great haste.
Of course. I will look for... In the meantime, do give me the promise that no harm will come to the human.
Do you have any form of magical oaths?
I do not... I'm not sure. I would make an oath with you, if you have the means.
I shall simp, and all I can give you is my word. And I realize that may not be enough, but it is what I shall do.
I have trust for you. You have not moved to deceive us. I'm interested in coming back at some point and speaking with you more in depth about other planes. You seem to be quite knowledgeable, and I find it would be an interesting experience.
Of course.
Is Doppler with us?
Doppler is in fact with you, and he is lightly protesting this plan, but ultimately he is still passive about it.
I walk up to Lorik and I tell him, "Are we okay with this?"
I would like to
How
just
dare you tell me to do
ask,
this?
as
This
a
is madness.
just out loud, just to clarify, I have no
mean,
moral qualms with
I'm
this.
really gonna be harder to kill than like some of the stuff we fought, though.
Is the plan currently that we are going to leave this man in captivity
Yeah,
and
Dyer's
then
not okay with
come
this in
back
character. Not at all.
and then put another person in captivity that we just happen to like less because we want to do the right thing and not
I
get into
agree
a
with Hate.
fight?
This is stupid.
Yeah.
We're not trading lives, and we're not leaving him behind in the meantime.
Is he conscious? Where is he? He's invisible.
He is both.
So he's
As
alive.
you-
Well, I mean,
as you
is he
move down, you
conscious? That's my
feel-
question.
As you move down, you feel as his heart is still beating and he is still breathing, simply invisible on the floor, lightly tethered by electricity to the wall.
I look at Aquila, and I nod, and I look at Lorik, and I nod, and I grab the green hat, and I just throw it on top of Lorik's head, and I tell him, "You get the final word," and I point at Darius. You have
Darius.
the green hat now.
I'm gonna say this in parentheses.
Oh, wait, have we been looping this song for the past hour?
Almost.
Okay, Golden find either escape music or combat music. If it's a Venn diagram where it overlaps even better.
So,
I trust arrangements are acceptable even with your supposed protests.
JC,
Because I truly do, well, he is certainly an interesting bit of history, having survived a parent landscape for quite some time. The idea of having a cursed half-reptilian man certainly excites me much more.
I sent my
Well,
message.
yeah, I ask, like, I peek over from Lorix's. Well, you know what? No, he walks up and he's like, "Hey, where did you find those displacer beasts? You know, the ones with the funny tails down there?"
Oh, those are actually one of the few that came here themselves. They came through a portal one
Oh.
day and they found them.
And the whelp? The dragon whelp.
The whelp was one that I sent out of my way for. I'm sure he told you of the fire and
So-
brimstone. That one was perhaps 200 years ago, I want to say.
So, you didn't tell us that, you know, you did some procedures on the creatures in order to keep them happy in captivity. But how do you think those did you do the procedure on those beasts?
No,
They came here on their own?
They were certainly
Ah.
stressed at first, but they had no qualms once they were here. None that they showed, at least.
Ah,
I heard that they did react to you somewhat differently than normal, but we've never been able to get anything out of them. So,
no, I just thought since they acted, you know, really awake and just like the ones we find in our home plane, we have a couple of those. It just seemed, you know, normally it would surprise me if they got the procedure done.
okay, Shunhoff, how would you like to do it?
I am waiting for Lorik's signal.
Okay.
Yeah, I walk up
Oh,
to
not what I meant.
Darius distance. No, this one better.
Would everybody like to wait a moment and simply declare the intent of their actions? And
I'm
the
seeing what's
action will
happening.
happen next session. If things are going poorly.
Okay.
I said the last couple things to everyone, by the way, through telepathy.
Ah.
You know, I find it quite interesting that Hate specifically was saying, hey, I'm not making a moral comment here, and then just laid out what was happening, and Lorik was like, I agree, Hate. This is dumb. But yeah, Hate's kind of just, you know, waiting. If somebody initiates combat, she'll join in and just, you know, smash these things right next to her, because why not?
Yeah.
JC,
Yes.
do I see anything in here I can sabotage?
Completely. You also see a rather strong individual, like, being prepared for you to do so, given how tensions have been ramping up.
I'll fucking kill him too.
Oh, wow. I like the attitude.
I
Oh, don't worry. I'll come running down this hallway after I beat these two spider bots.
Darius' intent is he knows that Lorik and Darius are talking, and he knows that Aquila went to do some Rainbow Six situations. So he's just kind of waiting to see, because he has all the anti-magic stuff. He's just standing near the guy. He's ready for combat, but he's expecting that maybe this won't happen.
Oh, yeah, I agree with Sternhoff's comment. If it does short circuit, I'm actually just picking up this guy and running.
Yes, I understand.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
same.
He explains that it's actually been beyond him, before him. It was a good long while before the displacer beast that he got to add something to his collection, so he rather looks forward to it. And
You're not
he,
interested in gold by chance, right?
Oh,
Oh no, not
If-
at all. I gave
what
it
about-
thousands of years ago.
Long time. What about this funny stone, just archer stone? Just try.
if I cast Firebolt on the generators,
Then you would cast firebolts on the generators.
am I able to reasonably assume that it would fuck them up?
They are made mostly of metal.
No, but like, would it cause them to explode? Like,
Probably
Overheat
not
or
a
something.
single firebolt, no.
okay. What can I sabotage in here?
He puts up his hands and says, two of you need some time to communicate however it is. Would you like to join them? I will gladly wait.
Darius
I
turns to
assume I am far more patient than them.
Darius turns to offer a second plan. No, it is. We've discussed enough for now. I have a second plan to suggest.
Of course.
Darius.
You may suggest it.
I spoke to you how my people are cursed by Seth.
Oh, god damn it.
There is more to me specifically than that.
Hate,
I have made
keep
a
an eye on
pact
me.
with the great worm
Mhm.
Nidhogg, or known as Dendar, the devourer of dreams. I have a proposition that once I'm finished on my plane, I might take his place as your specimen.
No.
Yep, we're not
I would
doing
find that one who has made a pact with a being as great as Dendar would be more valuable than a survivor of a plane.
Indeed.
And what value would any of that have if he's just going to lobotomize them?
Oh, of course, my plan would not include this, of course. For what is their value in the pact if there is no intention within it?
On that, I could make something. I would like to add on, if you would allow it. If I find that your life force is low and you are near death, I would also like to swoop you here essentially that you might recover. Is
Aye.
that
No.
acceptable?
I accept these terms.
He reaches
Darius?
hand in handshake.
I look at Lorik.
Lorik puts Temperance between the two hands.
Problem, Lorik. My life is my own. I choose what I do with it. This is a fate worse than being devoured by the soul of by being devoured in death by Nidhogg. I would prefer to have unending conversation with an intelligent mind, rather than oblivion.
Dyer lowers his whip when he
Will
hears
you
that.
truly deny me an enjoyable afterlife?
You know, it's really nice when someone tries to use my words to convince others, but you seem to have forgotten we never finished our conversation on family. And there's one thing that you come to learn about family. Sometimes they don't give a shit about the things you want. And Hate's gonna smash this spider.
Yeah,
Oh.
and I hit this guy over the head.
Whip back up, I guess. Fuck.
So,
Yeah, so
Harsh shot.
going
yeah,
to
I
go
would
for
like each of
smashing
you
the
to roll me
spider
to
at the
hit
start.
hit into damage.
Cool.
No, actually, you both need to hit anyway.
Yeah,
Okay.
we do both need to hit.
So,
Lorik's
2
eyes go
against you.
wide as he...
Oh, I didn't mean to have bless on, but you know.
Doesn't matter.
Man,
Bonk.
now Dyer is very hesitant. Fuck.
Yeah, Lorik's eyes go wide as Hate just goes for it.
He simply sighs and says, "We do not have to stop here just because of their actions." The man to the north near the generators, you give him the clean strike on his head, and your sensor just kind of stops on his side as it bounces off gently after slightly absorbing into him.
Our deal will have no strings attached, no additional clauses, nothing that will damn me, correct?
Nothing of the sort. You are more than enjoyable. I would not wish to devour is not the right word. Remove you from your mind until the last of your days.
Derek.
And I would have the freedom to live out my life until that moment.
Until that moment, should you not complete your quest.
Oh, I will.
And he looks
And-
at Temperance still between the two, with his hand still outstretched in the same position as it has for about a minute and a half now.
He
Dyer
moves
lowers
to
his
he
weapon.
moves to shake the hand and pushes Temperance out of the way.
Would that be like a contested athletics roll
Well,
then?
that all depends on what Lorik's doing. Is Lorik actively forcing Temperance still there?
He is not going to move until he gets One last thing. And who's to say that there isn't a possibility that that could be avoided?
That what could be avoided?
You know.
Said we were gonna kill God.
Lorik, everyone has mortality.
Not everyone has oblivion, though.
Aye, but I do. That's not something that I can avoid. You cannot expect truly to end a primal evil, a core foundation of all realms. Will you not let me have this piece?
Tyre puts his whip to his side. Why am I? Is this the only thing I'm narrating?
Or
He just stands over here.
I understand.
Lorik
your
thinks
concern
for a
me,
few
Lorik,
moments.
but this is what I want. This is not something that I'm doing to protect others. I'm doing what you asked. I'm thinking of myself. Please, let me.
Lorik sighs deeply and lowers temperance. I'm sorry, I think I understand.
Thank you.
I think.
And one more thing. Perhaps my confinement here may not be so confined as I might say.
Oh, you would be. I would like to treat you as an equal if you would accept it.
I would be honored. And he takes his hand and shakes it.
You take the step forward, shake his hand, that lasts for a solid 6 or 7 seconds. I won't call it a sense of relief, but there is a lack of tread present during the handshake, during which time the energy present on that northern corner of the wall begins to dissipate and the hold on Jack is released. He eventually finishes shaking your hand. Thank you, Darius. I look forward to seeing you when the time comes.
When the time comes, he nods. I thank you for this opportunity.
In any time between then and now, you are more than all of you are more than welcome to come again.
Hey,
And I hold no will against you for the bot. I have dozens
Yeah.
of them. They will be fine.
question? Tyre raises his hand. There's no way we would have won, right? If we fought you.
There's always a chance. The world is, even in a place like this, the world is full of entropy and chaos.
Hmm.
I would have hated
True.
to destroy such a creature as you.
And I would have hated to have a dissection on people so enjoyable for company.
But that is for another timeline, another
Can I steal one of
potentiality.
your spiders?
If you would like, you may take it, but unfortunately, it will stop to function once it leaves this area. But its shell is
Oh.
something you may continue to study.
Never mind then.
No, I'll take it. I have a friend that would like to see this.
I want to
Oh,
thank
yeah.
you once more. I don't think you understand the peace you've given me, but perhaps in time when I come back I might enlighten you and you may one day understand.
And I shall hear it that Darius, the best of deals are always ones in which everyone wins. So, thank you.
Well, in that case, you see Hate kind of like the tension's mostly leaving her body. Darius, we're going to have such a wonderful conversation about this later. But does anybody want a round of drinks before we go?
Exelon begins.
I
to
think
move
I would like to
forward.
leave immediately.
Exelon calls out to Lorik and says, "May I close the door?"
Uh,
The draft
Oh.
As long as I drag
the
that
draft is getting
back
rather-
away.
Yes,
something on it?
I suppose you can.
It was rather cold out there, I will note.
He moves and pushes it back into place.
I walk up and I say, there was no poop, by the way.
I'd assume. It was certainly Jack should wake up within only a few hours.
You know his name?
That I do. He and I had a talk not too dissimilar, but much less enjoyable.
I have 2 questions.
He too
One,
thought he was worthless and not empowered anymore, but in his case he was right, so I was far less interested.
well, one, what happens if you grow tired of Darius's company?
I'll figure it out then, and I'm sure that I will not pronounce my word without his permission.
I trust such a thing will not happen. I pride myself in being an enjoyable sport.
I find it much more likely that he would eventually die despite my care that I might provide him. Be it 100 years or 1,000, he might die some inevitable way.
Of course, and perhaps within that time we might have found a way to reclaim my soul from Nidhogg, but should we not, I will face it knowing that I had time to at least experience what another afterlife would have been like.
And that flows neatly into my second question. What do you believe happens when you die? Do you have contingency set up for this place?
He looks down at himself and says, "For me personally, I hope I never have to confront it." This, and he kind of gestures, this work of art, this beauty is my life's greatest work. And to keep that going, I must keep myself going. And he looks down at his arm, which is why I've changed myself to hopefully become undying.
There's a great many places that would love someone of your kind, even if I don't particularly enjoy much of what I've seen here. Not in a artwork sense. I'm sure this place is beautiful. The idea just... But do know that if the worst does come, I'm sure you'll find a similar passion.
Of course. And he kind of brandishes his staff a little bit and taps onto, and moves down to tap on the platform beneath. Do any of you care for drinks before you go?
Yeah, Hate walks up and takes her drink. You know,
I
she
think
may
I'm
be a high
good.
functioning alcoholic.
One more
Orc
thing.
just slightly shakes his head.
I carry Jack to the elevator.
As you do so, he is rather limp, but still breathing, and you manage to make your way there just fine.
Oh, that's the wrong.
That is, I guess you do not make your way there just fine. You carry him halfway down, you see the plants, and you turn, pivot 1 foot back up.
One more thing, sir. Is there a way that I might more easily come here of my own volition, not of the recall upon fatal wounding or such? Is there a way that I might come here more consistently? Our travel method has flaws, and every time we return to a place, it makes it more and more unlikely that we arrive where we intend.
I see. Do you wish more for simple communication or for presence of being?
Either would be fine. I more
Then I
am
shall
interested
provide
in
both.
speaking.
He hands you a small piece of cloth from his, sorry, not cloth, a small piece of clay from his necklace, which is a small red heart container almost. This is, if you have a way to contact me, this is almost at the very core of my being. And then he takes on another piece of paper, tears it in half, and hands it to you. the paper regrows with a sigil upon it. If you ever wish to come to my chambers, that is where you might find it.
Thank you. Well, it has been a pleasure being here, but I think my companions are eager to set off, return to our world.
It is unfortunate,
Hiccups.
but look forward to the day I see you again.
Of course, I will visit before my eternal, or not eternal, I'm not sure if I will last that long, but at least my sustained visit. I will make sure to speak with you more often. I understand you don't get company
Indeed.
very frequently.
Until then.
Of course. And Darius sort of steps forward to the bar. Could you, and he pulls out his flask, refill this with shock stop, please?
They look at it for a moment and they try to figure it out, and then they simply put out a small glass for it to be filled up with, like for you to pour into.
Mm-hmm. Alright, he refills it and then hands the glass back down onto the counter. Thank you.
Oh, curator's person. Any advice for when I try to go get my own of... She stops and says, the fire water wolf thing?
Bring plenty of bait. You need more than you think.
Okay. I hope circumstances do not align in which we end up actually being enemies. And I apologize for the bot.
None taken. I do not assume you feel sorry for that camera of yours you use when a bit of it strikes upon something else, and I feel no different for them.
Fair enough.
Until next time.
I approach the curator and ask and query one last thing.
Of course, take as much time as you wish.
I've been taking notes on the creatures here, but the one thing I haven't discovered much about is you. What exactly are you?
He smiles. I used to be not too similar from each of you, vaguely humanoid in form. The specifics of which I've since lost, but I know that I was afraid of death and afraid of not leaving beauty in the world.
And what are you now?
I choose to define myself by that. He looks down and he kind of moves some of his metal components aside. I like to think of myself as not offensive, of course, but I hope to try to be a better being than any others, if not for egoism, but simply so that I can continue this task until the end.
I see. I suppose I was hoping for a name or definition of some sort, but that will do.
Oh, did you not catch my name? I'm terribly sorry. I'm Aeson.
Azon, yes, but I more referred to the being that you are, not the personal name.
As far as I know, I'm one of four, and I've never quite considered naming us beyond our names ourselves. Each of us are as individual as each other. So
Kawump.
I might as well call us Curators, if you would.
I understand. Well, take care then.
To you as well.
As we leave, Dyer does make one last comment. Hey, do you know a guy in the tower with a lot of slimes? Yes, no?
He smiles and says, I do not.
Cool.
And I gesture the fire elemental to the hallway marked with the number 1.
It moves with it. Jack is carried by Akla to the location, and everyone is nearby. The fire elemental has to move a fair bit to the side. The spider bot with which was carried by Dyer inside the thing.
We can all be on the other side of the elevator. Okay.
Doppler moves in as well because he does not forget.
Alright.
And I still have it set to floor 1.
As you do.
But can we leave?
Seems like it.
You, in fact, can.
Alright.
Insane.
Keycard time.
He got So,
I
I'm
hope-
gonna have to ask for a little bit of time because I'm gonna update tokens.
In the meantime, Darius sort of speaks up while the elevator's traveling. I hope you understand now after that experience that he is not an evil man.
Nope.
I suppose.
It's hard to call him a man.
I think I was mostly just unnerved by that dragon. It felt wrong. It was-
Lork, have you ever heard the concept of blue and orange morality?
I can't say that I have. No.
Lord,
Well,
roll me a D100.
Oh boy. I knew this
Is
was
that a
coming.
surprise?
You are
Okay.
fine. You're fine.
Woo!
blue and orange morality is something that was written about in one of the texts that I picked up along the way. It was mostly used to refer to the way that horde creatures like orcs and gnolls have different ways of thinking about the world than the civilized races. But the main point is that it's possible for people to operate with such a completely different system that their actions just won't make sense when we try to compare them with our own. It'll seem inconsistent, it'll seem like there's some evil, some great goods, all mixed about in a way that just doesn't seem to have any throughput. And
Oh,
I
what he's doing
suspect-
makes total sense to me from his point of view.
yes, once you understand their point of view, that's the key.
Also, I suppose once we get our elemental friend situated, we should return to town as quickly as we can.
Of course.
Aye.
Darius,
Is
may I-
still passed out in the elevator.
Oh yeah, nobody actually picked him
And
up.
Well, Doppler
We don't need to
probably
drag him around
takes
just to
over.
drop off the elementals.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Hey, you were going to say?
I wanted to, how do I say? This feels like a weird way for both of us to be right in a very long-standing conversation we've had.
So?
You've maintained the comment that you